Alex. Hey, we're almost done setting up here. Put your phone on silent, please. And Harrison, you need the iPad. Okay, so these are the flights. They're seeding the next race now. LYC goes lights up black. So we have this already started. We need to power that iPad. Run that blackboard out.
Yeah. Just over there.
You run it over here.
Race 73. Remember that's the next yellow, red, KBYC2, and Clearwater.
I don't think that's enough. Is it enough cable space?
Well, let's just see how far it goes. Okay, so you gotta keep track of that. Alright, I can't.
You're going to destroy that.
Yeah.
Do you have tape?
I don't know. Alright, never mind then.
I thought there was one back by the tree.
Do you have a charger for this?
How's your day going? Good?
Alright, you guys are live. People are watching it.
Where?
About
On Instagram?
Yep.
Hello, welcome to Opti TV. I'm Harrison Gandy, and this is Bernat Galipoo, and we're going to be commentating on the racing.
On the racing, you know. Just looking forward to the knockout rounds and the finals. You know, it's a beautiful day here in Lauderdale Yacht Club. You know, conditions are a little light, but completing the second to last round robin before we start the last round robin of the day. And from there, as we said, you know, moving to knockout rounds and hopefully have a champion, you know, by the end of the afternoon.
So, we're currently in our late 70s in the races, and we're going to be going to 91 before we start the knockout round. So we've got 20-ish races ahead of us, and it'll be exciting to see the outcomes. There's been a lot of moving up and down throughout the teams, and it looks like there's a couple of teams that are standing out on top, but everything can change in these last 15-20 races.
Yeah, really, you know, moving into the last round robin, there are a few teams right now that they're pretty. Hey, you gotta get closer to the microphone. There are a few teams that still can make it to finals. You know, let's say want to remind everybody the top 6 make it, and from there, 5th and 6th are gonna sail a race for you know, a spot in the semifinals, where 2nd and 5th are gonna sail best of 3, and then 2nd and 3rd, 3rd and 4th is gonna sail another semifinal, and the winners are gonna move to a petite final, where the winner is gonna actually sail against the top seed, which, by the way, moves all the way to finals once the round robin is finished.
We've got some good wind. We've got boats moving pretty fast, which is nice. We have viewers onshore and spectators everywhere, and we've had a great time at the yacht club, and we're really appreciative to them for hosting the event. They've provided breakfast, lunch, everything you can think of. Here we have the yellow and red race. That's gonna start up soon, so it'll be interesting to see what these teams do.
Alberto, if it's not live, the glare it's super hard to like, if a monitor could be a little closer when we do
teammates are in the 7.8.
Which
So-
it seems like right now, blue has the 1-2, but it looks like green looks like they have 3-4-5. So realistically, they're one play away from a 7-8 play, 3-4-5-6. But it seems like the rest of the fleet is quite a ways behind them. So they're gonna have to compress the race at some point if they want to make that happen, right?
Yeah, this last blue boat, who's currently in 7th, might want to think about keeping that 8 behind, because if their teammate pushes ahead, then that's good for them. Even if they lose that boat, as long as they take that boat super far back, that'll really help them, because it's much harder for the green team to bring one of the blue boats back if it's a super spread out race. And I think that's what blue is looking for here.
Yeah, it's interesting because now it looks like they're at Mark 3, you know?
Yeah,
But it looks like the wind has gone so far right that the reach is turned into upwind. Am I seeing correctly here?
I believe so, yeah.
This is interesting.
Yeah, as we said, it's been very shifty today. There's definitely been a lot of changes throughout the race. You can even you can be in a position where you're in last, you go all or nothing, and all of a sudden you're first just because of one big shift.
Yeah, so it looks like a very, very big shift here. It just looks like the whole reach was not even a reach. It looked like it was a beat. As I'm looking here, looks like they're just rounding Mark 4, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
There you go.
So they're headed to the finish now, and it's
Green has 1. Looks like blue has 2, 3.
yeah.
2, 3, 4 maybe, huh?
Green might have 1 too here.
Oh, you're right. There's another green here.
Yeah. But green definitely. I think green is in the 7-8.
7, 8. So they're losing anyways.
So blue is currently in a controlling position.
And
But
the key here would be for blue to keep that 7, 8, right?
yeah, that's a hard thing to do, because from experience, if you're in that behind position, it's very crucial that you split with your teammate, especially on a shifty day like this, because if one side pays, then you can really come out
Right.
on top. And even if your teammate suffers, if you get ahead of the boat that was covering your teammate, that's really beneficial for you. So I think a key thing that blue should be thinking about here is keeping those green boats next to each other so that they can't split out and create leverage, which could not benefit blue.
So now,
This looks like a beat where it's very starboard based. I mean, they're going through the finish now. I think they probably did one or two tacks.
yeah.
It's really it's more of a reach because of these big shifts, as we mentioned. Looks like green got 1, and blue has proceeded to get 2, 3,
2, 3, 4, maybe
which
5.
That's a winning position right there.
Yeah.
Looks like blue goes away with the win.
Yeah, so basically it was, you could tell, as Harrison was saying, was just a massive right shift. We could tell by, the Mark 3 to 4 that was supposed to be a reach turned into a beat, which meant that second beat would be super favored and starboard, plus the current going outwards, coming inward still, was pushing them more to the right, favoring the right side. So it was almost like you protect the right side on that last beat, and you have an easy finish. So that was a pretty quick race because the second half of the race was, the legs were not what they were supposed to be. So
Yeah.
but it looked like blue came away with the win there, playing forward.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'd guess that the race committee would probably end up doing a bit of a course change here to alter the legs so that it's more as they had it planned out on the paper. We'll see how they react to these big wind shifts. They might keep it because it's been going back and forth for sure, but it'll be interesting to see how they react.
Yeah. So as you said, changing the course very important here, but limited space within, right?
Yeah.
I need to check and see if my team is actually going to be racing now. I don't know what's going on, but definitely have to move the course to the right if they want to get it more squared. And you could see race committee came all the way over here to our left, so they moved quite a bit Wind just went all the way. Looks like we are at southerly winds right now.
Yeah, it looks like
So
it.
it might be a bit of a sea breeze because of all the sun we've had and the heating.
Yeah.
Wind's definitely clocked all the way to the right, and definitely seems like it's coming up in velocity as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yesterday we noticed it was a bit of a cloudy day, but today that's really cleared up, and we've had a sunny day, which is really heating everything up and causing some wind shifts. So,
Yep, nice sea breeze coming in now. A little bit more in velocity, just a complete change of the course, and we're gonna have race keeps going right now. I gotta find out where we're at now in that rotation situation.
yeah, no, for sure. I'm curious to see like how the race committee responds to this going into this elimination round. And I mean, the wind may stay as it is now and kind of set as this sea breeze, but we'll see how it goes because it can really do anything at this point. So,
All right, so now we have a pause as they reset the course here. I'm gonna try and get some information of what's next in this situation, and I'll be back with it. Alberto, can we pause here for a second? Yeah, because they've
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Hello. So here we have Cecilia next to me. She wants to be.
Hey, welcome back. We're going into the quarterfinals, I believe now, and so we have the first race is LYC versus Carolina, and they're battling out for a seat in the semifinals, and then we have Coral Reef Veteran versus KBYC battling it out for the fifth spot, which will put them into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, so basically we have KBYC and Vectran are 5 and 6, and I think there's one race between them that will determine who's 5th and who's 6th, and then the 5th team will be able to get into that semifinals, the quarterfinals, and what will happen then would be the second place team would face the winner of KBYC and Vectran, and then a third place team will go off against the 4th place team.
Yeah.
And I think those races are best of first to 2 wins.
Yeah, best of 3. And then, so we have our 3rd and 4th, which is LYC and Carolina. And I think they're going right now. And then, so that'll be best out of 3. So first of 2 races. It'll be interesting to see the outcome of that, because these 2 teams have been battling it out a lot during this event and facing each other many times. So it'll be interesting to see how this best out of 3 ends up.
So currently we're looking at, just to going into the quarterfinals, the results here of the final 4 to 6 is right now, as the team with the bye all the way through is Coral Reef Spectra as the 1 seed. So they ended the round robin as team 1. It looks like AYC is second seed. LYC Black in 3rd. Carolina Yacht Club Red is 4th. And then now we have the battle between CRIC Vectran and Key Biscayne Yacht Club for that 5th seed. So there's a few spots that are already there, and now we just need to determine who would be 5th. And then we'll have our five teams that will go up against each other, excluding the 1 seed, which is the Spectra team, who will just wait until the finals.
Yeah, as we were saying before, waiting's like very important skill, and I see that Spectra's on the dock, which is probably their way of staying in their mentality and keeping their eyes on the racing ahead of them, because even though they have to buy, that doesn't mean that they're just logged off for the day. They have very important races in the finals that they have to win to accomplish the goal of winning the regatta.
Yeah, I mean, and this is even more of a bigger deal for them now, because we had a completely like a 360 degree or something like that, or a 180 on the wind here, where the wind is from a completely different direction. And you know, for them, watching the races ahead of them to see whether or not there's any new trends or anything happening here will be super important. So new course direction, new course axis, current affecting you a little bit differently now on the race course. You know, we're closer to land where we are here, so it might be more of shifts from the land. And now it's just super important for them to be watching, just to see if they can find any trends on this new direction that might be useful for them when they get into the boat. So it's super important for them right now.
Oh, for sure. And they probably have an idea in their mind, but if I remember correctly from the previous events that I've done here, you get to choose the boats that you want to sail as the first seed in the finals. So that's another thing that they're keeping an eye out, which boats look like they're gonna help them to perform the best they can.
Yeah, I tell you, we like pink boats.
Yeah.
So we kind of think the pink boats are the best ones. So if we got the choice, we definitely pick the pink boats, just because of the setup and everything. So that would be our first choice if we had to pick for boats. But again, obviously staying hydrated, being here watching to see what the other teams are doing. All the other teams and coaches have different ways that they want their teams to team race. So it's kind of important to see if you can figure out what they're doing, so that once they're racing, they'll be able to, you know, kind of counter what the other teams are doing just by watching them before they actually race them. So super important time for them.
Yeah, sailing is a very mental sport, and strategy is a huge part of these races. I mean, if you know the people on the team you're racing against, it's important to know your competition, because there's certain boats who struggle with speed but are very, very good at boat handling and control. And those types of boats you got to watch out for, because if you're a fast kid, they might be going for you to pin you out so that you can't be leading the race. And you have to know and identify where these people are. And then there's some people that you might want to take out because they're really fast, and you know that they can get far ahead and then make impact later in the race.
Yes, so what do you think of the different strategies here for the starts? I mean, I know different coaches do different things, but what are some of the strategies, you know, you guys used to use? Did you used to use one type of starting way, or did you guys, depending on the conditions or depending on who you're racing against, or all of the above?
Oh yeah, no, it definitely depends on the team you're racing. It's I've sailed with a lot of teams, and it depends on who your teammates are and what their strengths and weaknesses are. If you're strong, then that might then if you know you have strong teammates boat handling wise, you might want to go for a more one-on-one direct approach. Whereas if you're not as strong one-on-one as a team, then you might need to go for a more zone approach, where you're kind of trying to stay out of trouble more and going fast. But I mean, I think that's a big factor of these quarterfinals. But once we get into the semis and then the finals, I think that there's going to be a lot more one-on-one stuff, because those teams are going to have people that really know what they're doing and know how to take the others out. And it's really interesting to see these battles.
Yeah, no, I think you're completely correct in that. Starting strategy varies depending on who you're going against, but also like what the course is showing. Usually each team should have someone who checks the course, talks about what the current's doing, checks the current. Also try to figure out what end the line is favored. If one end of the line is more favored than the other, maybe you want to send more sailors closer to that end to get the advantage. So, you can do a very balanced start where you have sailors covering each zone, boat, pin, middle boat, middle pin. That way you have the line covered, and on the race course, immediately you'll have all those zones covered. Or you can go a man-on-man situation where your key is just to really win your peer coming into the line and after the start, being ahead of your peer and then being able to stay with them all the way to the top mark. So really you have to look at the teams, and as you said, there's some teams that have sailors that are very strong technically, tactically, with the rules and things like that, but are not very fast. And other teams have sailors that are very fast but are not very strong with the rules. So you have to kind of watch each team and kind of pinpoint what's the best strategy to go against the different teams. Do they have a weak link? Do you think that they're very strong with this? Do we want to avoid this? Do we want to be part of this? And these are the things you have to ask. So you have to really pay attention to the other teams to kind of get an idea of what, how you can race against them and be successful.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
So what do we have now on screen? Just everyone just switching boats still?
Yeah, I think we're still switching boats and preparing for these next races. Looks like the race committee has pretty much set the course and is comfortable where their marks are. Yeah, there's a lot of people on the dock and a lot of boats switching, and it looks like these teams are preparing for what's coming next.
Yeah, we're getting towards the exciting end of everything here, right?
Definitely, yeah.
We got everybody looking around, people getting ready to cheer their teams on. Some very, very interesting times coming up here. You'll get more umpires in the water watching the races a little more close. At least for my team's sake, I would like the win to pick up. But you just gotta have to deal with what you get, and team race. And don't team race if you don't have to, because then you bring the umpires in, and one foul could be the difference between winning and losing. So the key for me, at least with most of my teams, I try to coach trying to win the race from the start. If you have a very good start strategy of how to get the advantage right at go, that would be key.
No, I think that's super necessary. I mean, the start, especially in these more competitive races, is a very key part of your racing. If you can really nail down that start and put yourself in a winning position, that'll affect your team greatly.
Yeah, so we have the guys here. People slowly getting out, tuning their boats out. Here we go. We got the horns, the warning signals.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, just what type of approach these teams take. I'm guessing that some teams are going to take a more speed-based approach and not focus as much on the rules, and just really slingshot themselves ahead, because I've seen that there's a couple of teams who have pretty skilled sailors boat speed-wise, but who are still learning how the rules are interpreted in team racing. So for those types of teams, I think it's really important that you stay ahead and use that to your advantage.
Yeah, so now I think we just went into the sequence here. Are we doing the 5v6?
That's correct. Coach Omari, I have a question for you from the official score. As the 1 seed, what color would you like to race the finals in?
I think I said pink.
Okay, good
Yes,
copy.
pink.
I'll let
Please.
Kyle know.
Thank you.
Yeah, so here we got Arthur, who is now at Annapolis, but has been all over the place, and I remember sailing against him a bunch of times. He's a tricky guy. He has a lot of very good techniques, and yeah, I've sailed against him
Very, very big
everywhere.
team racer. He likes team
Yeah.
racing a lot.
Yeah, he loves that strategy and technique, and I think that it'll be interesting how his Annapolis team pushes forward.
Yeah, and he has a pretty young team here that he's been building over the last year and a half, 2 years. Definitely, running his own program again, and new sailors coming up, and trying to, direct them the right way. They're sailing very well here at this event. He has one of the smallest teams, so they're really fast. So as another team going against them, you have to try and figure out how to stop them from going fast. I think they are the second seed after all the round robin situation is done. So he is now awaiting the winner of this race, 5 versus 6, where we have team CLYC Vectran in black versus KBYC in pink. That is 1 minute to go, as we see here, strategy of CRYC Black looks like they're trailing the opponents here. And for some who don't know, it's something that I like to do simply because setting up on the line, you become an easy target, right? So here you see the black boats coming in, and you can see them strategically positioning themselves where they want to be, right? And they're in control of every pier right now. If you look and you can see that, and that's pretty much because the other team went in early. They become an easy target. They're not moving. So the black boats are now able to put themselves wherever they want to be. Now they're getting shot out the back here.
100%. I love that approach. I think you can see how their boat farthest pin has been released kind of by the rest of the teammates. And it's really important that they work in unity, and they're all together working, and they've actually put 2 of these pink boats behind. Looks like they might have forced one over with a foul. We'll see what the judges call there, but that looks like a big foul.
That's a windward-leeward situation. Hard there. They're pretty much rail locked to each other.
Windward on the line. I think that's probably going to be a red flag for pink. But as I was saying, the 2 black boats from Coral Reef are pushing towards the left, and they have clear air. And Coral Reef looks like in a controlling position.
Definitely controlling the left side of the course right now. There's no protest, no call on that windward-leeward situation there.
I'm not sure what's happening there, but we'll see if the judges decide to come back on it.
Yeah. So in my opinion here, it looks like black's winning 2 pairs and pink might be winning 2 pairs here.
Yeah, it looks pretty evenly spread. I mean, we see those 2 black boats on the left. They look pretty far out, and it looks like they have pretty good control. It's really, if it goes, it looks like a big duck there. That's not going to be helpful for that boat. But
pink is winning all pairs.
Yeah, that does not look good for black. Looks like pink has 1, 2, 3, and you're always going to win in a 1, 2, 3. So that's a really strong position to have.
Yeah. So Coral Reef had a pretty decent setup for the start. Ducked a few boats. It was coming together between 2 boats there.
Oh, it looks like they might be able to catch one here.
No calls. Let's see what
Maybe
happens
we
here.
could tack there.
Go after that guy to the left.
That looks like teammate contact almost with the pinks, but
2 pinks tacking next to each
either
other.
way, they really slowed down. So that's good. I mean, I think this Coral Reef boat here should probably tack in the middle.
There's one crossing from the right.
They're being slowed a lot, and that's not helping them. But now they've tacked out, and it looks like the Coral Reef team might have succeeded in chasing, and it's really coming back into the
port
race.
Starboard here again.
Starboard port. Doesn't look like a foul, but it was definitely close. We have a Coral Reef boat going out to the right here, and then, oh God, the pink looks like they've gone 1, 2, 3 again. They might be controlling this race.
They're leading to the left. If they get a nice big lefty here, there's a chance they'll be crossing.
The lefty will definitely benefit them. Coral Reef luckily has 1 boat on the far left, which will help them if there is a lefty. Port starboard here, very close. I'm not sure what's going to happen.
Cross.
Judge-wise, looks like it might have been a clear cross.
Yeah, it just looks like the pink boats now have just taken off again, leaving the black boats behind here. It's literally a 4v1 at the top if I'm seeing what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah.
And the pink boats, KBYC, are looking good right now. One saving grace right now for black is that 1 boat coming from the right, but it doesn't look like they're in this race.
Yeah, from what I'm seeing, it looks like KBYC might be like a more fast team, and they might be a smaller team. So looks like black could have done a much better job of controlling them on the line so that they could have been pushed out ahead, and they wouldn't be in this position where they're chasing, and they might not be as fast as the other boats. I think the windward lured at the line there was a great example of how, even though one might say that was a foul, it's really the judge's final call. So you really need to keep the race in your hands rather than the hands of the umpires.
Yes, it's insane. So here we have pink in 1, 2, 3, 4. What would you say, the strategies for each team here in this situation?
Well,
Pink is winning.
Yeah, coming up to this mark, downwind is one of the strongest positions from behind because you can cover the other boats and slow them down.
Gaining already.
This pink boat should probably, the last one should probably be setting a mark trap there. We'll see if they do, but oh no, they don't look like they're setting, which might not help them because these black boats can definitely cover and spread out and make a huge difference. It looks like they're already close to catching that fourth boat, and we'll see. And it looks like that third boat's going very slow, so we'll see if they can catch up and turn this race around.
Yeah, it's super important. Both teams here are going for two different things. Pink is winning, so they're trying to be as fast as possible to get to the finish line, whereas black is trying their best to slow them down as much as possible. On the downwind, it's easier for black to be able to slow them down by just covering. And Harrison was saying here, the fourth boat on pink should be setting a mark trap. You may ask why. Well, your stable combination is first, second, third. And if fourth could put a gap in between the black boat and the fourth, second, third, then it will give them an easier win.
The pink boat there just abandoned the trap. He was on starboard, and they really could have taken that boat out, and they really lost that opportunity, which is unfortunate. It looks like pink is still controlling that 1, 2, 3, and then that fourth boat is very close, but it looks like they are still in control. The fourth boat here is probably looking for a bit of a jibe action. It looks like they've condensed a lot, but it doesn't look like they did a trap at all. But
Pink did a really good job of protecting the inside there, forcing the black boats wide. And they're in full control right now. Here comes a red flag here on pink. Not sure why that was, but that's the start of possibly something good for black. Now that they have the 8th and pink, closest opponent black there needs to stay with that 8 while the other 3 black boats try to chase one of those 3 boats in front.
We have 2 boats pretty far right, and those boats might be able to come across.
Here's the tack here.
Like
Here's
they
the
are
cross.
now. And it looks like they're actually crossing one of the pink boats.
So the key here is black. The only way for them to win at this point is to get 2 of the pink boats in 7-8. Right now, that first black boat that's crossing that pink to the left, they need to go out and pin that guy. The focus should be all those black boats need to go on those 2 last pink boats and put them in 7 and 8 and forget completely about the first and second boats right now.
100%. And then that last black boat really needs to hold that pink boat.
And they're not.
As from experience, it's really easy to forget.
They've got the third pink here now.
Oh yeah.
Now they got to slow him. Now that first black boat needs to come back as well. He needs to help that boat with this pink boat. The first 2 pink boats right now in first and second does not matter.
That's really important.
So they need to come back and help.
Looks like black.
There we go. They're luffing now.
Black may have a 2, 3, 4 here.
Wow.
Let's see if they can really get this done. That'd be amazing. Or actually, black is looking 3, 4.
Yeah, but again, that
5.
black boat needs to come back.
Yep.
Not sail to the finish.
Yep.
You're losing. You do not want to go to the finish.
Finishing does not help. He wants to push those boats over the finish, which it looks like he's doing, which is very good.
If this guy can continue pinning pink that we have here right now, there's a protest. That's Gabby with the pin.
This is going to be really big. This is really getting really close.
I don't know what happened to the finish.
As I was saying, that last pink boat there, it's really important to keep an eye out because.
Oh my goodness! Is this 7-8?
That looks like a windward leeward possibly there. It's hard to tell. That may be a windward leeward. Looks like we have a protest. I'm not sure what the judges are going to respond to that. But
no call, but is that a 7-8? We can't really see.
It
looks like pink might have 7-8. Just all depends on who crosses first at the end. That's very close.
Wow.
That was a very close finish.
Very close race. Very good job on black. They could have even more had control over that 7th pink boat. It looks like probably the pink got the 7-8, which would make it so that they lost. It's very hard to see from this angle, though.
Yeah, we couldn't really tell who crossed. But yes, there was a windward leeward situation there. I saw the flag went up by the pink boat. But again, no call. Did black win? Black won.
It looks like they have
Sounds
won.
like the black won. Came back for the 3, 4, 5, 6. What an amazing race when they looked like they were out of it, huh? CRIC Vectran coming back here.
Seems like KBYC is going to go home early.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because they were in control of the race for 3/4 of that entire race and lost it all on the last beat, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's crazy.
But great job there, kudos go out to the black team for being able to understand that their only job was to get them in 7-8, and they all focused their energy on playing back and pushing them in 7-8, and was able to do it in the end. So
Yeah.
very good job there.
Well, you can see how that pink boat was desperately protesting at the end. That shows that they were really nervous about their position, which probably is resulting in a loss. But if you put the race in the hands of the judge at the very end, it can go either way. So that's a strategy for pink there. But I think that pink really needed to do a better job of controlling the pairs, and as we mentioned earlier, just balance. Like they let the 3 black boats out on the right side there, and they got a lift and ended up actually crossing
Coming
over
back into the
everybody.
race.
So
And now it looks like we have that first race going between, is it red and
it's-
yellow, huh?
yeah,
Red and yellow has started
red and
here
yellow, which is going to be LYC
against
black
CLYC.
versus CYC.
CYC, sorry.
Yeah. So that's going to be our first quarterfinals race.
We'll get a pan in on this race, see how it's going.
Yeah.
Definitely off the line. Here we go.
Looks like the race committee is getting ready to start it up, or they already have.
Yeah, they're already on the course.
Oh,
Race has started,
we're-
so now we're watching it live
We're
here.
off and racing. Yeah.
It looks like 3 yellows are all the way to the right here.
Yeah, that's not going to help them very
it's
much
never good.
from this position, because they're all the way to the ley line, which shows that we have 2 red boats, which are 1-2, and then these 3 yellow boats are they're not doing anything for their team. There's actually 4 yellow boats now,
On the right, yeah.
all the way on that right ley line. Even if they get a shift, they're going to be overlaid by a lot, which means that
There we go.
they're headed over the
There's
ley
a s-
line.
There's
There's a
penalty
flag.
turn here.
This is really not looking great for yellow.
They're all going to get trapped here by one boat.
Yeah, we can see this red boat trying to trap to get his other 2 boats ahead. That's a really powerful move there. We can see this red boat stop for a second so that
And
he
the
could.
current's now pushing him away from the mark, which now lets the
Oh,
yellow
yeah.
in, and now he's pinned. Lots of skilling
Okay,
there, huh?
looks like we have a bit of a maybe rule 42 and maybe boat on
Yeah,
boat
looks like a
at the
boat
top mark
starboard
there.
there.
We'll see what happens, but looks like yellow has actually been able to get 2 boats ahead of 3 of those red boats.
I think,
There's
a
one
bit of an over team racing there by that second red boat, huh?
100%. They could have just taken off with that 1-2
and
once they
second.
realized it wasn't working out, and then
Now he's spinning.
oh yeah, looks like yellow is actually taking control of this
Yeah.
race.
Now
That is-
they're literally
that is-
one play away from a play 2.
That is a surprising outcome. Yeah, as Omari just said, the yellow boat can take that red boat up, and
Let's get a pass back here.
give him the business, and then that other yellow boat can
pass forward.
come forward.
Yeah, which they should be doing, but they're not focused on. Here's a jibe set here from red, forcing them to jibe very good. Now
Breaking overlap.
Yellow missed
that
their
means they
opportunity
get proper
here.
course.
Yellow missed their
Yellow
opportunity.
just broke overlap, which means proper course. There it's given.
Yeah, now
But-
yellow's back.
But they've wasted their opportunity, as
get the
Omar
play
said,
two.
of the play
100%.
2,
Here we go again.
which is really unfortunate, because that's a powerful play. But if not used correctly, then you can really struggle from that. These 2 yellow boats might actually end up 7-8.
Yeah, and in that situation, it's very important to understand in team racing, while you're trying to do something, the other team is also trying to do something else. And the way it works is which team is able to execute what they're trying to do first will be the team that wins. So basically, in that situation, yellow had 1 pass back away from a play 2 where they'll be in a strong position, but red realized that they did have that 1 play away, and instead they attacked the yellow first, and now they put the yellow in 7-8.
Yeah.
Now red is now winning. They've turned the tables. It's 3-4-5-6
Yeah.
to a 1-2-7-8, which means now this race will be a bit longer because the 1-2 and yellow are now losing, and what they have to do now is compress the race and try to flip.
Well,
the
I don't
positions
actually
here.
think there's a 1-2. I think it might just be 1, and then that second boat I think is a yellow one.
Yes, you're
which
right.
means they're 1v4, which is not a good position
Let's
to
see
be
what
in.
we have.
Yeah, I
Coming
think
down first at the
looks
mark.
like we have a 1-2 for yellow, or 2-3 for yellow, possibly.
Ooh, no, ooh, hold.
Hold.
That might be.
That's a
illegal
foul on
hold.
red. It
Yeah.
looks like that.
Yep.
That definitely looks like a foul on
And he's
red.
holding.
That's-
He's holding. He took 2 boats out
He
there.
took 2 boats out. That's really good. Now he needs to focus back on the race. His 2 yellow boats are ahead. He needs to get back in the race, stop team racing,
Oh.
let the judges take the call from there. But it looks like yellow has turned this race around, and we
And I
have.
think with that Mark III situation really matters how the overlap was established.
I don't know.
because-
That looks like the red boat got flagged, and they've fallen out of their boat. That's going to be huge
Oh,
for
my
yellow.
goodness.
They're far behind.
Remind me who's in red again. Do we know?
That is huge. I believe CYC is in
There's
red.
another foul boat
Another
coming together
foul.
again
Yep.
at Mark IV.
Another foul. Yeah, I believe CYC is in red. I could be mistaken.
Wow. Is there
Um,
no protests on that?
that's
Mark?
unfortunate. Looks like
Oh, yes,
we
that
have
is
a boat bailing because
CYC.
they've fallen out of their boat. That's
CYC.
that's unfortunate maneuvers because if when you're spinning, you constantly think, go fast, go fast, go fast. If you don't do your job properly and do the basic things, you're really gonna suffer because you're not gonna be able to like complete that spin cleanly and actually get back in the race. We see a lot
it
of
looks like
flailing
here
and
now.
stuff, and that really
Oh,
doesn't
red
help
is
you.
spinning. Yellow now is back in the race. There's a red spinning. It looks like yellow now has 1-2.
1-2.
It's
Yellow
changed
needs
a
to-
lot.
yellow
Here's to come
needs to
across to
reconnect.
consolidate here. There we go. It's one of the reds crossing. Yes, one of the reds clearly crossing.
Yep. Looks like yellow's in a 2-3 position. They need to control. That looks like a foul for sure. I'm
Big
not.
duck.
I'm not sure.
That's a big duck down.
Yeah.
Very close there, huh?
That might have been. That could have been called on. Yeah, it looks like it was called on red
Red,
because
yeah. Too
red
aggressive
actually
of a change of
altered
course,
their
yeah.
course very
Not
aggressive.
enough time for
very
to give their boat to
aggressively,
stay clear.
and yellow responded immediately, but they were still not able to avoid. That could have been called either way. 'Cause yellow may have tacked and been able to avoid,
Yeah.
but it looks like yellow's benefited from that situation.
Yeah, I think red did not give yellow the opportunity to avoid, and didn't have the chance. Yeah, so it was just too close. So that's why being too aggressive there, it's
think that's
difficult.
the right
I think
call.
red in the situation should have played forward instead of backwards.
Yeah.
The 8 is pretty far back, and instead of waiting to try and bring the 8 into the race, they should have tried to play forward 4-2-3-4.
Looks like yellow's coming in.
Yeah,
one, maybe
1, 3,
2.
4.
We might actually have a yellow 2. It looks like we have a yellow 2
Yep,
here.
1,
if he can
2,
cross
4.
that's a 1-2
3.
position. 1-2-3, and that's going to
the
be
race.
that's
That's it.
the race. As long as there's nothing crazy happening right here, that's going to be the race.
So
Wow.
it's so interesting when you look at this team race, and as a coach, you go through this, and you can pinpoint 4 or 5 mistakes that actually made this race. First one started in that first reach. Actually, it started on the upwind, where we spoke about how off balance one team was. Then we had that mark trap and windward mark, where one of the red boats over team raced. Ended up coming out of that. Then on the reach, we had yellow, who needed to go for a play 2 and didn't, and allowed red to play back on them, putting them in 7-8. Right? Then we had another situation at Mark III where we had one boat taking 2 opponents out. So it's crazy, all the different mistakes, the back and forth, and what it can do for the race. So realistically, it really comes down to sailing clean, not getting yourself in any problems. And once you get in front, being able to stay in front, and understanding where you are, what needs to be done in that specific moment. And it just seemed like a bit of a back and forth with the teams here, but I think there were some unnecessary maneuvers that didn't help some of the teams in these positions.
Oh, 100%. I think that, as we were saying before, over team racing can be super unnecessary and super slow. And it looks like that's what red did there. They created a lot of boat-on-boat collisions and breaches of the rules, which the judges can take in either way. As we saw on that veer down by the red boat, the judge could have taken that either way. And I think that it's really important to stay aware of the rules, but not to work too much within them, especially when red was in a winning position. It looks like both races we've seen so far, there's been a lot of turnaround, and I think rules are a big part of that.
Yeah, so there was a few coming together that we saw there, and I mean, looking from where we are, looking at the monitor, we didn't see any turns, or maybe there weren't any flags. Can you explain, or do you know, like, why sometimes there are not any flags from the umpires? What do you think may have happened? Do you think it's a situation where maybe there was no protest because, a sailor said protest, didn't pull a flag? Because there's a procedure to go through to actually be able to file a legit protest, right?
Oh yeah, as a sailor in these types of events, I've definitely had to learn over the years how you actually accomplish a proper protest. Boats commonly think, especially in this learning phase, that just saying protest and going crazy is enough. It really isn't. I mean, screaming doesn't help anything really. Here's one of the sailors if he wants to say hi to us, but
Hey,
this is one of the LYC sailors who's just turned the race around. Come on in. And what did you think?
Tell us a little bit about what happened there.
About turning that race around. Mike.
I thought around the third mark, one of us that was in the top needed to do something, and I thought Sophia stepped up really well on doing like a crazy mark trap, getting two of their sailors, causing one of them to flip.
It seemed like you guys played forward on them there at the end, where I think they were trying to get you guys in 7-8, but they had the 8, so they should have tried to play forward. And then as they were playing backwards, and you guys played forward around them and ended up with a 1-2-3, right?
Yeah.
All right.
So,
Thanks, Wills.
Thank you.
Nice job. So, yeah, as we heard from him, it's really important what type of communication happens in the team. And he said how they had one sailor that really stepped up and knew her job and accomplished that. And I think that coordination throughout the team is, if not the most important, one of the top important factors in team racing,
So
especially 4v4.
What are we having here? Is this
AYC Gold.
Vectran versus AYC Gold? Do we know colors? Is AYC in pink?
So this is the second seed versus the fifth seed. So this is our other group of quarterfinalists, I believe, and so they're battling it out for a place in the semifinals.
So it's typical here again, Harrison. The pink team. Oh, it looks like a 1-2-3. I didn't even see the one that far away.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Pink is definitely dominating this race.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, and then
we'll see
5.
we'll see how they manage this last up win, but they're definitely in a controlling position. This last pink boat here, we can see they can head up here and then jibe so that they could slow the back down and really eliminate the opportunities for the black team to catch up.
They keep going.
I mean, even though they didn't do that, this is still a very controlled race, and that pink boat should tack now so that, as we saw before, you can get uneven. Looks like they just did that. This looks like a pink win for me. I mean, with these shifts and everything, you never know, but
very job covering zones
pink
here by the pink team.
Pink is definitely a dominant team in this race. We can see they're kind of covering their teammate, which isn't great. That boat might want to attack there and then go to the ley line just so that they're covering the entire course and they're not disturbing their other teammates and actually slowing their team down. So that's good that they tacked.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see kind of how they got out front this way. Usually that just means very strong start from them. A not so good start from the other team, but we missed that. But here we are as they come in, and looking like a very stable combination with the 1-2-3 here. Just tacking to leeward, making sure not tacking on their teammates' wind, staying in clear air, but also you can see that they're covering the two boats behind them, which are probably black boats there. So easy win for the pink here in this race, and I think this is first win of 3 races, no? So they go best of 3, first team to 2 wins. Now we have AYC Gold, 1 win over CRYC Vectran with no wins right now, so 1-0.
Yeah. And so I think we have CRYC in these pink boats, which it's very interesting because CRYC is in the black boats actually. It looks like AYC
Is in the pink.
is in the pink, so AYC took that win.
Yes, it was.
That's one of those things where if you're the higher you up in the higher up you are in the standards, the more beneficial it's going to be going into these quarter and semifinals, because you can see that that AYC is racing a team that did not win as much as them and did not prevail as much as them. So even though this team is still strong, AYC might be a stronger team. We'll see how CRYC turns it around and maybe can win the second one, which would lead to a third race. My guess is, knowing AYC, as we were talking about, Arthur has been developing this team, and they're pretty young sailors, so they're lighter and very fast. And I think, as Omari was saying, off the start, they probably took a controlling position, and it looks like it wasn't a race that got turned.
Looks like CRYC may have to either improve their plan or switch plans here. But now we're in sequence here. It sounds like 30 seconds. Second race between LYC Black and CYC, right? CYC is in red, LYC Black in yellow. Am I correct with that? Yes, I am.
Oh yeah, yellow. It looks like we might actually have a foul here against the yellow boat. Looks like they might be doing they might have acknowledged a penalty and done a turn. Looks like, it looks like.
Oh man, red is spinning here again.
Looks like we have a spinning red boat.
Not great for that team.
But other than that, it looks like red might have been kind of dominant on the start. We have two yellow boats that are behind, which is not great.
Well, first, we got all this live coverage, great coverage here. Thanking Christchurch High School for the sponsorship for Opti TV to be here, to be able to broadcast to you guys live. And also Highfield boats, right? Motorboats, coach boats, any inflatables that you need. For when you're in a nice sunny Florida and you want to get out on the water, Highfield has your boats. So I'd like to thank them as well for being a sponsor.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Now back to the race, and what do we have here? Reds are controlling the left side, and a couple of yellows off to the right. Looks like, I don't know where the fourth red boat is, but it might be red. Looks like they might be 7-8
Pretty far behind, 7-8 maybe. Yeah, it's coming up on the screen now.
Here we go. So it's clear here.
They have a clear 7-8. It'll be interesting to see how LYC, which is the yellow team, maintains this lead in the 3, 4, 5, 6 position. And
it's also important to try and figure out how and when the red will try to play to get the yellows in 7-8, right? There's a specific area, specific places on the race course where you may want to trigger that move to try and get yellows into 7-8. And, you know, you'd think that they've discussed that with their coaches, but who knows? Right now, the job of the red boats is, at some point, figure out how do we slow the race down to get our two teammates, who are now 7 and 8 by a lot, closer to the pack.
Yeah,
right? That's the first thing.
Looks like that leading yellow is realizing that and trying to really take this team out so that they don't end up coming back on their teammates. It looks like some protests. There was just a hand going up, which probably had a flag in it. The judges look like they've green flagged that, but this leading yellow is really pushing. Oh wow, we have a red boat that's come all the way up. This is a dangerous position for yellow.
Where did he come from?
This front yellow boat really needs to push back on that boat and get him back into that 7-8 position.
Yeah, so that red came up out of nowhere, and that's what happens sometimes. A lot of times when you have boats far behind, the other boats, they don't pay attention to them, and they split away from the pack, and all of a sudden there's a big shift, and now that boat who was in last is now fourth. So you have to really pay attention. Once you have boats in 7-8, you don't need to sit on top of them the entire time.
Starboard port coming up here. Starboard port. That was a late tack. Yep, that's probably a flag on red. We'll see how the judges interpret that, but either way, now yellow has 2 boats ahead of that boat. Yep,
Are they taking the penalty?
That one's spinning.
A lot of
so
penalties taken here by red.
That
It's
one's
not
spinning.
very good for them.
That's bad for the team. But we have, I mean, you really have to also, as that red boat, you have to be careful seeing like the boats coming from behind, because they can really surprise you, and then you can end up doing a late tack like what just happened there, and having to take a penalty.
So what do we have? Is that a red in first now or no?
Yeah, the red won too, I think. We have a first and second red boat, and then red also has 7-8.
Yes, you're
Looks
right.
like this
So
red
3, 4,
might be
5,
causing
6.
some trouble for these 2 yellow boats trying to round the mark.
So they needed to do a quick
This yellow
speed
boat
pass
needs
back.
to jibe around right here.
No, because if he jibes, that red will jibe with him. So good job by red.
Skill maneuver
It
to
looks
try
like
to get past
the
those.
red number 3 here is little Wills, who was just here talking with us here. So he looks like he's coming down to Mark 3, right? Or is this Mark 2?
Yeah, yellow 3 coming. Well, both 3s actually coming down to Mark 3 here.
Down with Mark. Let's see what red decides to do in this situation.
Yeah, I don't like how yellow's setting up here. I think it's not.
They're going right into the trap here.
Yeah, Wills, which is the yellow 3, should probably jibe here
And go out wide.
because they need to go for a wide
And split.
grounding, and that now he's gonna get caught. He has nothing he can do. It's not
Yeah.
a successful rounding. It doesn't look like.
He needs a jibe. He needs to break
Yep.
the overlap.
He really-
hasn't broken the overlap.
He really needed to go out farther. Looks like that red boat's been quite generous in letting him
Yeah,
go.
he didn't break overlap there.
Um,
Here comes another jibe.
Here he comes again, breaking
no
overlap.
overlap.
Now,
Of course.
now that red boat's required to jibe. Looks like they've rounded the mark. Yep. Now
But has done
that's
a decent job slowing the race here. But I mean, you can see the rest of the fleet is just now rounding Mark 2.
yeah. No, that looks like those 2 yellow boats managed to get back ahead of that boat.
So red's now 7-8 again.
Yeah, so it looks like yellow's continuing to win the race, but that red boat's now inside of the yellow boat, which is not good because that means that they can set a mark trap there. They can cause a lot of trouble. Yeah.
So right now the race is at the back of the fleet. It's really up to who's gonna get the 7-8 here.
Yeah,
There's a
this
boat on the inside, but he's controlling those 2 yellows. But it looks like those 2 yellows.
that yellow
are
one
controlling-
really needs to hold that outside red boat because. Oh
Is that-
wow!
that's a windward leeward.
Yep,
That's got to be a foul on yellow 1,
that's gonna
possibly
be a
here.
yellow foul.
At least I think so. Red flag. Yellow
Yellow
1.
one. Yep. That's not ideal for yellow.
What's happening here with this tack?
I'm not sure. We might have.
Oh, another spin.
No, he never rounded the mark. It looks like.
Oh, so 7-8 here for yellow. Yes, right.
And I think those knowing this team, I think they're 2 strong players. So we'll see how these rookies kind of are able to take the fleet down or not.
Let's see what they do.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
So now we have here 2 reds that are very close. 2 yellows is still yet to round Mark 4. The reds are now that are ahead are looking back to see whether or not they need to provide any help. 2 yellows here. It looks like they're 3-4. Those 2 yellows need to play back.
Yeah.
Where's the rest of the red team?
Looks like these yellows are going pretty fast though. They've seemed to be catching up to the reds. I'm interested to see where the rest of the red team is.
Yeah, you're right
because that'll really affect the race. Those 2 boats are very crucial. Looks like they've let all these yellows to the left. If there's a big lefty, that's going to put the yellow in front.
There's 1 red coming back there.
There's yellow 1 looks like they're lifted. Yellow 4 just got lifted as well. This
here.
could be a tight race. Very tight.
Red has the 1-2.
Looks like
Question is, do they have 7-8?
yellow wasn't very coordinated there.
Is there more red coming in on the starboard ley line, which is a strong position for them?
That's a very strong position. Can't really stop a finish from that
You
starboard
can see
ley
the
line.
current really pushing them.
Yeah. that's not a very good yellow
Oh,
play.
here comes more reds.
That's not a very good
Oh,
yellow play
put
at
starboard here. It looks like red has it. They just need to finish 1-2 because that one red is on. Well, here's Wills. That might be a port starboard.
Oh, that's port
Ooh.
starboard. It looks like red may have gotten clear. They need to be held. They need to be held. That red really needs to be held there.
Here comes another
Oh
one on
no,
starboard.
that was too close of attack. It looks like.
He tacked to leeward,
Oh yeah.
but he has no luffing rights there.
Okay.
Oh,
This
it's
is
very close.
Very, very close.
Whoa. Red's taking the 1-2. They just need one of their teammates here to not finish in last, or 7 and 8. So what's happening here is huge, right? What's going on is that there's a big gang up 4 versus 2 on the race course right now. 4 yellows against the 2 reds that are still on the course.
That's
Right? They've held this one outside of the line,
yeah.
but the red is holding the other guy.
Wow.
This is great. 4v2 here.
This is
Can they stop 4 red? That's the question. There is a contact there. Windward leeward.
protest from yellow. A red flag here would
I
be.
think both of them went with a protest there. Huh? That's a little bit of. Maybe he's getting a call here. Green flag. No? Oh, that's.
Is that red 2 still in the race?
He should be finished.
Yeah, he's interfering. It looks like that's not legal. That's definitely not legal.
Yes. They need to get out of there.
That's a
Uh
interference.
oh.
Alex, when I tell you, we're gonna switch the drone.
Oh no.
Is this a 7-8 happening right? No.
I'm very confused. Looks like,
Up. Yellow 2 is spinning.
oh, that's not good for yellow. Looks like red probably came away with the win.
Yep, that might be
That might be.
a 1, 2, 5, or 6 for
Wow.
the red team.
That's a very, very close finish. It'll be interesting to see how these teams come into this last race, being 1-1, pretty evenly matched. I mean, we'll see. I think it's going to be a lot about the start. That start is going to be huge. Who can get it? Who can get in a leading position, controlling? From what we've seen, it looks like yellow's boat handling and tactics are very good, but the red team has been able to put themselves ahead from the beginning both times, which has been very beneficial
So
for them.
what are we thinking there? It looks like a 1-1. If red did win, it would be 1-1, right? 1 to
Yeah.
LYC, 1 to Carolina Yacht Club.
That was my thoughts.
But we'll still yet to confirm that. We now have that second semis going 2 versus 5, pink versus black, AYC versus CRYC Vectran. CRYC Vectran has someone pinned out far left here. They shouldn't have tagged. They probably should have held that person much longer than that.
Yep.
I mean, they have the 8. Pink has the 8. They should have held that person until that other black rounded.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's see what happens.
Definitely that top black should be taking him
Yeah,
out.
they
7,
should stop
8.
that guy. They have the opportunity now because the guy that just rounded is not quite ahead of them yet, right? So
Yeah, that's a big opportunity wasted for the
and they're
7, 8.
Pink's 8. Is it Pink? Pink's 8
Yeah.
is really far back here.
Yeah, that's unfortunate that they missed that opportunity because that pink boat has actually been able to pass him.
Yeah, now
And now
now
he's-
it's up to those 2 guys behind the 3 and 4 to stop that guy.
They're coming down at a fast
Immediately. They
angle,
need
too.
to play 7-8
Yeah.
right here.
They need that's
4 blacks against that 1 pink,
Yeah.
7-8, and then 4 versus 2 to keep the 7-8 the entire way.
Yeah, that's when really team communication comes in. And as a captain of that team, you need to really be making sure that black 3, I think it is up there, is doing their job,
yeah, no.
taking that boat up, making the 7-8. We have their 8 very far behind, so making that 7-8 is a huge part of the outcome of this race.
That needs to happen sooner than later. Because what's going to happen here is those 2 black boats are going to sail right down into that mark trap of the 1 and 2 pink, and they're going to try and pass that 5th boat into 1st, and then race over.
100%.
So really, as I said, it's one team trying to do one thing, the other team trying to do the next, and it's really up to who can do it first. They needed to take that boat out.
Yeah, and then once you have 2 teams that are really skilled and doing it at the same time, reacting immediately. It really comes down to just skill of the individual. And if you have one person who's really making an impact, that can really benefit your team. So therefore, like, team communication is important, putting that person you trust to make that maneuver happen in the correct position to make it happen.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see what's happening here at Mark 3, sorry. Can't really see. You get a little Mark 3, Alberto. Missing all the action.
So, as we've seen, I mean, all these teams are super skilled in their sailing, and especially that LYC and Carolina Yacht Club, those teams are really evenly matched, and we've seen great things from both of the teams. It looks like each one has a win now coming back to the dock. And I mean, I think for LYC, getting in front at the start is a huge thing. Carolina's been controlling every single race, and LYC has done a great job of coming back. In both times, they've condensed the race, but they've only made a real change in the result once. Whereas Carolina, who's gone for a more, as I was saying, less boat-on-boat approach and more just like pushing the race forward, they've benefited from that. So either LYC takes more control of their team, or LYC is able to actually push forward with them.
Yeah, no, we got. I think it looks like they're gonna have their third race coming up, and it'll be.
The kids that came off the water, where they all headed? They just spread out.
They're probably spread out, just maybe at the bar or something by the pool. Yes. But as you said, man, like, it's gonna be interesting to see. I think it's 1-1. I haven't really confirmed that yet.
Just looking at the faces, it looks like it.
It looks like, yeah. So it looks like they will go into what will be that last race between them to determine and see whether or not they've learned anything from those first two races to try and use to capitalize on their last race here, because now it's for all the marbles, right? So very important to see what they do, whether they change start strategy to be able to get more even starts or not, but it's going to be super important for them to figure out a way to win this last race.
Yeah, this last race is huge, especially mentally. I mean, after a win for LYC versus Carolina, after a win, they probably were going into that race a little too confident and not quite doing their jobs as effectively and as aggressively as they should be. I mean, now we'll see how those races turn out, because we see that Carolina has now had a win, so we'll see how they react to that pressure and that motivation. And it looks like the
Pink
Coral
versus
Reef.
Black here again. We're back.
Yeah.
And Black looked like they were able to get a few people further up in the fleet here. It looks like they have the two for sure.
Yeah, I think Black is the Coral Reef team here.
Mm-hmm. And they're back. They need to head up. I mean, to be honest here, they're playing back on the wrong boat.
Yeah.
They need to go down
on
both
that
three.
farther
Exactly.
down. I agree.
The ones
yeah.
that's closest to their teammates would be the one that's easier to get your teammates to pass.
For
if he
sure.
holds this boat for 10 minutes, the Black boat still won't be able to get up there.
For sure.
So he needs to fight the battle with the guy that's closest to them.
For sure. He needs to go down here.
Yeah, get this
Tack
third
on that boat.
Because they already have the 8. It's really what happens between these two boats right here, right now.
He needs to tack like right now. Yep, there. That's.
But is this guy on the ley line?
It's a very good maneuver.
Maybe not.
He might not be able to make it here. I've seen this
will be
situation before against.
They tack away.
That's
Race is
unfortunate.
That's a 1, 2, 3 here for Pink.
As a Black boat, I think that
you hold there.
You hold, yeah. Now,
so it
looks like
Pink,
Coral
1, 2, 3.
Reef Veteran is going home early. We still have the Coral Reef Spectra, who has the bye. So
we'll race the winners. So who's through now? It's AYC that's through.
AYC is through against either LYC or Carolina,
Whoever wins
depending on the
race.
outcome of this last one.
And they're now in sequence. Looks like 2 minutes for these guys.
Yep.
Very good. These races are going quite quickly.
Yeah, the race committee's done a great job this event of like being able to just get these races off, get these teams racing, keep everyone moving. It's a hard job to do, and I think the race committee's been proficient in getting it done.
Tommy!
No, don't worry, just stay there.
Um,
Cutting to commentator cam.
let's
So
see
we're gonna
here.
have we have that second race getting ready to start. Here we come. We have one sailor from the Spectra team who's been sitting around waiting for like the last hour for their turn to sail. We can try to talk to them a little bit about what they're trying to do within the break that they have. So here we have Tommy. Come around
Tommy
here.
Zayden.
Tommy Zayden, member of the CRYC Spectra team. As the one seed, you guys have been sitting quite a bit on the waiting for all these knockouts and semis and quarterfinals to go through. What are some of the things that you guys have been doing? An hour and a half now, but you will be up pretty soon.
Yeah, so right now we're doing the quarterfinals, and one of these teams are the teams that we're going to go against in the finals. So basically, we're trying to look for some tendencies that they might have, or like some of their strategies, like maybe the three-man weave, or their starting strategies, or who's starting where. And we're going to try to use that to our advantage in the race, because we know their strategies and like their three-man weave, maybe their down one coverages, or their starting positions. So we know who's where, and we can plan accordingly.
All right, so what do we have here now? That is individual recalls. Someone was over. We have an umpire here that we're looking at, getting ready to get into the race. Black is now coming back, but we do have yellow and red that's just started.
Yeah, it's hard to see what's really happening in the race, but the looks like we have a yellow boat out on the right. Looks like they're probably in a pretty controlling position. Maybe we can shift the camera a bit so that we can see the rest of the race, but let's see. We have two red boats with this yellow boat here. There we go. There's a little overview of the race.
Bird's eye view.
Once again, I mean, it
Red
just
looks better
you
starting,
can just see how the red is pushing each other ahead. I mean, the yellow has done much better. I can see that like they have put themselves in a better position than they have in the past. But still, we see one red boat clearly ahead, and now there's a yellow boat catching them, and yellow's in a more controlling position now. But I feel like still at the start, it's just so important to at least be even, if not pushing ahead. And that's difficult because both teams are trying to accomplish that. Like we see red,
Another
red spinning again. Looks like, I think red is a great team, but they're familiar, like they're not very familiar with the rules, it looks like, because they've been getting a lot of spins in these last races, and
Not helpful at all, huh?
it's really not helpful to the team.
Yeah, because now they automatically they have the 7-8 again, which puts yellow at an advantage, and now it's a 4v2 at the front, 4 being in yellow, and 2 being in red. And I keep saying to everyone, team racing is about advantage in numbers, right? So if you have a 4v2 situation, the team with 4 should always win that. Right now,
100%.
look what we have.
We
going
can
on.
get a yellow boat going to the ley line here, another one coming in
This
controlling.
might be a 1-2-3. I think this was not the spot for them to try
Yep,
and do that.
yellow
7-8.
can tack through quickly, yellow can tack through
Look,
quickly.
right
There we
here,
go.
There's a split.
There we go. Yellow, let's go. They should release now. They're only letting red boats in at this point.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm not really sure what the goal
They waited a little bit
there
too long.
was. We have 2 yellow boats ahead who can quickly convert to a
A 1-2-3.
comfy 1-2 or 1-2-3 even. So they should probably start playing that out.
Yeah. Before, I mean, it's one of these things where boat 1 should be playing back to make that pass back before boat 2, red, starts playing back on
Yeah.
that yellow.
Yeah.
Right. So it's one of these things. It's all about understanding what you need to do to be able to win this race or to be in control.
Oh, for sure. We have another yellow boat coming behind, so it's a little difficult for red to make this happen. But if they can work together as a team, they can probably make that pass back happen and turn that into a quick 7-8.
Yeah, one of the things I
Looks
see
like
a lot in
yellow
the team racing
jibing.
now, here it is,
That could be, yellow should probably go up now. They have 2 red boats.
Oh.
A red boat tax.
Oh
That's
my goodness.
that's not beneficial
that's
for
not what
them.
they want to do. And now
They do
red
not.
has 7-8.
They do not want to accomplish that.
6, 7, 8
Yellow,
for
yellow really needs to hold the inside. I'm not sure what they're doing here. That's not a high percentage play at all.
No, that is correct. They should try to fight for that inside lane here to have starboard rights, but also mark room, right? They need to be on the inside. Here we go again. Yellow should split this trap of the red here. Hold him up, hold him up. This guy's going around the front. Good job by red here blocking. Good job by red. Red needs to go up and maybe jibe back down again here. Oof. Yellow went way too wide.
Yellow's around.
Now they're 7-8.
Yeah.
They went way too wide. And that came from us where we said, why were they on the outside in the first place?
Yeah.
And now they're back to where they started.
Oh, for sure. And this yellow is coming all the way down. I'm not sure what the play is there. Usually on this last leg, it is not good for it to be low because it's the mark is below you. So you're rounding it going up.
Team racing is just really about putting yourself in a position where you have.
Yellow's done a great job of controlling those 2 red boats.
Far away from
one luffing red boat. Yellow has turned this race around. They look like they're in a 1.
They're a little bit wider here now.
But it doesn't look like that's benefiting them. They might. The better play might have just been to take the 1-2 there.
Now I feel 3 is back in the race again.
Yeah, we have to have this yellow boat tacking out here. I mean, they really need clear air to just go fast and make this race work.
So we have a yellow here in 8th and 6th. It looks like.
Ooh.
It's interesting.
This is.
I think right now at the front it's 3 reds versus 2 yellows. Here's a duck.
That looks like
all right,
case.
so now our yellow boat has just passed
forward. Now we have 3
forward.
yellows up there. Wow, this is really going to be a close one.
This is going to be a tight race. And realistically, it really just comes down to knowing what your team needs to be doing.
Yellow's done a very good job on the left here of slowing that boat down so that their teammate can get ahead. That should have probably been a split tack. Them 2 next to each other doesn't help anybody.
Covering each other. And now you have an off-balance situation.
Yeah, now we have off-balance. So, and that's a starboard port. That boat really, they didn't understand that they needed to stop, and that really needs to be communicated from the captain again, or from any sailor in that situation.
They should know.
There just needs to be communication that I'm free, you can stop now.
Red is now 1, 2, 3. It looks like, huh? We got to be very careful here because there's no balance on the left.
We have a yellow spinning as well. That's 7-8 for yellow. That does not look good. Yellow.
Yeah, red is back in the race pretty hard here. If these 2 left boats cross these guys here,
this far right yellow boat,
he
really,
has everything is on him right now.
He needs to make the change here. We have 1 yellow boat doing his job, slowing a boat down.
Red's coming down to slow yellow here to try and get the pass back done.
This is huge. This is really big.
He has to slow. He has to overtrim.
He can hold. He might be able to hold.
But that round, I wouldn't have ducked here because now.
That might be. Oh,
that is a collision.
That is a huge collision. Yellow may have altered course a slight bit, so it may. That is huge. That yellow may have altered course a bit, which could have turned that into their foul.
Foul on yellow.
Overall, I think.
No
red,
call.
Red is called.
Red is
called.
Did they get called or did they accept that?
It looks like he's called. He's going around again. Yep, he was called.
But Red's still in control here.
Yeah, they still have the 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Red will take the win, which would be 2 wins for Carolina, right? Looks like.
It's looking like it. Unless this boat can tack here. That could be huge. That could be really big.
He comes up hard. He needs to tack and pin him out.
He needs to tack. Wow.
Put starboard.
Wow, huge.
Here's the pin.
Huge
the
position.
That is a foul.
That's a foul right there. That is a huge position.
But look, the
That-
other 8 boats coming back,
that-
7 boats coming back into the race.
That one yellow boat has really made the impact in this race.
But now 3 of the yellows need to play back on this red coming in. They're going for the finish. No reason to finish here.
No, that's
They have the 1-2, and they're just going to
Oh.
allow red to finish.
unfortunately that's a
Yeah,
red
they got
win
1-2,
after some great team racing.
1-2-5-8 or something. Still wins with the 1-2.
Yeah, that's
That was some great action at the end there. 1 or 2 collisions, a bit unnecessary, but
wow.
looks like Carolina will take that win.
That's unfortunate. I mean, we see that red boat really, or we see that yellow boat really taking control there. I mean, we had one boat that stopped 2 boats, but if the rest of your team doesn't do the work, I mean, it's not going to get you anywhere.
All right, we have my buddy David is going to come take over from me. I got to prep my team. Semis are going to begin. We got to start prepping my team for the finals. So nice talking to everyone. You got David and my buddy here. We'll continue the rest of it.
Thanks,
Harrison.
Omari.
All right, guys, take care. Let's go. Best of luck.
Well, everybody, we're now going into the final round. According to the results, let me double check so I can tune in.
I think our semifinals will be
Yes, we have.
Carolina versus is it AYC? Yeah,
Yeah.
Carolina AYC will be our semifinals, and then the result of that will be the finals, which is Spectra from Coral Reef versus whoever comes out on top between Carolina and AYC.
Yes.
Once again, I think Carolina and AYC are 2 teams that are pretty evenly matched. We've seen great racing from Carolina against LYC, and where they came out on top after 3 long races. But it'll be interesting to see how AYC approaches them as a team after seeing their techniques and how they've been racing against LYC.
Just a side note, after watching them race the Carolina Yacht Club these past few races, I have noticed that they're using a lot, they're being very aggressive on the rules. Something I do teach our kids at Coconut Grove is I want you guys to use the rules as a shield, not as a blade, because as we were commenting before, when it comes down to an umpire giving a call, if you are being very aggressive, chances are, like when you have contact, that it's a 50-50. It could be green flag, or it could even be your fault. So that's something that I would try to ease down a little bit. We've had in the last race a few contacts, which I think are not necessary. Boats are being given to us in this regatta, and we have to take care of the material. But nevertheless, it's been some pretty good racing, and we are about to come into, let's see who is next, Pink.
I think we have pink versus black,
Yes.
which will
again.
be AYC versus versus Carolina Yacht Club. We see Carolina in pink, I believe.
Yes, but we have Coral Reef here
And
in
then
black. So which seat are we on? Okay. So it's gonna be AYC either. Oh, I guess they're on a break for now.
yeah, I think we're taking a little break before the semifinals begin.
Overall, so this weekend we've had very different conditions. Yesterday we had a little bit of rain. It was, I would say, a little bit less shifty than today. Today it's been sunny all day. We've had wind most of the time, but it's been very shifty. When it comes to these kind of conditions, it's very difficult to team race. Not just because it doesn't become just a team race regatta, it becomes a fleet race. And when the conditions are this shifty, some teams tend to over team race, like we were talking before, and lose on the factor that if you catch the shift and the other team doesn't, you can easily get into an advantage position that with a few controlling and balancing, you can turn into a winning combination. So like we try to teach the kids here, it's not just team racing. They have to learn how to get their head outside of the boat, focus on the overall picture. We have a tendency, because the kids usually are not, they get too involved in the picture and they are just looking at what's happening around them. But we have really good sailors here. I would say top in the world sailors, with such a local regatta here in Fort Lauderdale. So definitely high level, and it gives the kids an opportunity to learn, so in a place that is technically in the U.S.
Yeah, I think it's great, especially for these learners who are just getting into this aspect of the sport. I think it's great. I mean, I've been to the Berlin Cup a couple of times, and I know that I went with with some of the members of this LYC team to the Venice Cup, and I think that it's really good for these young kids who are learning, especially the new people who have never really done a team racing event before or haven't really had a great team experience, to really see how they do against these competitive teams, because some of these kids are very experienced and very high level, and I think it really raises the level of the regatta, and I think it's great for everyone learn from people with a little more experience than them, and you can, when you have a lot of high-level people, they push each other, and everyone
You
benefits.
start gaining confidence
Yeah.
as a newbie, and
Yeah.
that's very important. Well, if we can see now, we are about to come to 1 minute in the start for AYC Gold and CYC Red. Let's see how it goes. Fortunately, let's wait for the drone to get in a better view, because right now we only see one. Let me remind again.
Yeah.
AYC is in white, in pink, and then we have Carolina Yacht Club in black.
Yeah, it looks like, as I was saying before, it looks like now that we're getting deeper into this elimination round, these teams are pushing against each other very hard and on the start, and really playing more boat on boat to really express the skill of these sailors and to try to outsail their competitor. We have not a great view currently, but
Let's see from
here
up
we
here.
can see.
I can see the pin. We have.
Yeah, pink is playing more of a pin start, it looks like, whereas black is a little more boat focused. We'll see how that ends up for everyone.
Yeah, and it looks like we had some people over. They already came back. Yes. Pretty even start, I would say. Black looks like it's taking a leap towards the right side.
Yeah, yeah, we have one black boat here really pushing towards the right, and I think what we can see is all these black boats are really.
It looks like we got
pushing
a
towards the
lefty
right.
pressure coming into the race course, and here is where we can say that even though you're team racing, you have to take advantage of the wind, right? So you have to know that sometimes you have to take the lift tack and hold towards that side as much as you can. So here we got a better view.
Yeah.
Looks like a black is in a little bit of an advantageous situation in the middle. Let's see if they can cross the left side. It looks like they do.
Yeah, it looks like that one black boat especially is making those pink boats stuck, and then they've just lead-bowed, and so now they're leading towards the mark. That pink boat actually looks like it's going pretty fast though, so they might end up on top. In these races, it's very important to be coming from ahead and then pushing to behind.
Just a quick shout out. We want to thank again Christopher Church for sponsoring us today, high school. They are making this possible for us to show the kids what's happening. So thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Christchurch.
Christchurch, sorry.
Your sponsorship is really appreciated, and you're part of the reason we can make this happen today and get all these Opti sailors broadcasted.
Looks like Pink had a little bit of control leading to for Mark 1. Setting up, I would say, into Mark Trap. Let's see what's happening.
We see a Mark Trap here.
Oh no, they're winning
No.
the 1-2.
He's decided to take the 1-2. That can be a dangerous play for sure, because now these three black boats can react on the pink boats, and if they do that quickly, looks like there might be a black penalty here. But if they do that quickly, then they can get those pink boats into a 7-8. Black penalty. Looks like they weren't aware of the pink boat coming. So pink looks like they have a 1, 2, 5, 7 or 8. So.
But this is a very weak situation for Pink.
Yeah.
They have black on the lower side that
Very
can easily
vulnerable.
set up to room at the mark and set up a mark trap. And if they don't sail fast, they could easily also get hooked and get pushed up. And well.
Yeah, those last two pink boats are very vulnerable currently. Let's see, we have a black boat going out.
Approaching the mark. All right.
Side, and then as we've seen, the pink boats are kind of liking this 1-2 position. they're putting trust in their teammates. We'll see if they end up actually setting a mark trap here at the bottom, or if they hold the trust in their teammates and keep going. Based on the position, it looks like he's gonna keep going. Yeah.
He's passively slowing down the race. He shouldn't get too detached from the action, because if something happens here that black is able to turn that into a 7-8 for team pink, then if the leaders of the race are too far ahead, wow.
Black is really messed up there.
Yes.
That's
I think he touched the mark even.
That's a mistake you do not want to make for sure.
Yes.
He's let a pink boat ahead. Now pink needs to quickly react. I'm very surprised they haven't reacted on that black boat, because if they had reacted then and there, they could have brought in that black boat all the way back and turned that into a 1-2-3. Whereas now we have a situation.
Nice Superman there.
We have a situation where black is able to play back on pink and actually benefit their team. And now we have pink boats behind.
Yes.
That's a huge mistake on those first two pinks.
I believe pink is in a. They have the 6 and 7.
Looks like pink is currently winning, but they're very vulnerable.
Yes.
Possible pink foul. Doesn't look like it, but we'll see what the judge's interpretation on it was.
Here is very important. Wow.
That's gonna be a pink foul. It looks
Yes.
like.
Yes.
If the judge saw that one correctly, yeah. There's the pink boat
It's
spinning.
always better to take spins if you know you did something wrong. You can do so much faster one spin than a 720, and it could mean the difference between a win or a loss.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, what happened there?
Looks like we have another pink boat spinning. Pink looks like they're being eaten by the rules. I believe pink was Carolina, correct?
Let me double check. No,
I-
AYC.
Oh, wow.
Arthurstein.
Well, we did see Carolina suffering from a couple of flags when they were racing LYC. They were still able to come out on top, but looks like they fixed that up a bit, and they're getting less flagging now. As these first two pink boats, you need to decide whether your teammates are in a position where you can place all your trust into them to do their job and finish ahead of one boat, or if you're going to need to play back. That's a tough decision. There's been races that I've won and lost based on that single decision of whether to finish or whether to not, because if you finish, you are out of the race. You cannot come back. You cannot affect the race. And it looks like they finished, but that means that they've placed the trust into their two teammates to work together to finish ahead of at least a single boat.
Yes. Looks like they have it for now. I think that Team Black's focus should only be to get those two pink team opposite teammates behind. I don't think they should be finishing. They should be setting up into an advantageous position to make them finish last. Here we see how this black boat approaching on starboard has a really good grip on them. It should have been pinning taking the win away from this pink boat.
That pink boat really needs to slow down and hold there for his other pink boat.
Yeah.
Or now that boat actually may have starboard. This looks like this is a pink win. Pink has won that first race. That's one of those situations where placing the trust in your teammates benefits, but it doesn't always end up like that. So
they almost lost it there.
Yeah, it looks like they played correctly, but it was very close.
I think Black there, if he would have been a little bit more aggressive on the approaching the finish line, it could have definitely hooked those two pink boats that were there and allowing his other black teammate to pass by.
Yeah.
Then let's see. Do we have any other race going on?
I think
Yes.
red and yellow has just started. That looks like Coral Reef versus LYC there. They're battling it out for 4th and 5th. So we'll see how they turn out. it looks like we have AYC winning the first race, and so they're gonna have the advantage going into these last 1 or 2 races for that competition for the semifinals, pushing forward to the finals.
Let's see, it looks like Team Yellow, it's coming at a really good positioning. They have control of the right side of the race course, and they're approaching in a 1-3-4 to mark 1. So that's LYC.
Yeah. I mean, in this race, I think LYC's probably the team coming out on top. Based on the skill sets we've seen, it looked like LYC put more of a battle into.
They're trying to get the 1, 2,
the
3 right the
quarterfinals.
bat from Mark 1 to Mark 2, and if they are able to achieve that, then it's
We
just,
can see that first yellow boat there really giving that red for the business and putting their other yellow boats ahead. It looks like that red boat may have actually fouled yellow 1 and a windward leeward. We'll see how the judges think about
yellow
that.
4 here, your job is just basically, wait, what's going on?
We have a protest from green flag. That's going to be a green flag.
All right, that's yellow 4. They just have to be gapping here, playing
see.
back. You know, I think that
Yeah,
they're in
yellow.
a very strong position. They could either go to a 1, 2, 3, 4 if they're able to convert, but ideally,
I think that third boat right now, if it was me, I'd put that third boat gapping before, or push that third boat ahead and get that fourth boat gapping.
Yeah.
Either of those situations could work. At this point in time, I think that last boat just really needs to focus on gapping.
yeah,
They've lost their opportunity to turn that into a 1, 2, 3, 4, which is okay, but now red has a slight chance of being able to catch that third boat and actually turning the race around.
yeah, being the 4th boat in yellow, you really need to understand what your role is at every position. And as we talk right now, here the most disadvantaged the most advantaged boat is making sure that the rest of the yellow teammates are being able to pass through. And as we see, yellow is approaching to the mark on starboard. Let's see if he can get a grip. No grip, but
I think-
setting up a mark trap, just keeping the last 2.
Yeah, it
is
looks
that
like
red or pink boat? Sorry. Wow, he
That-
broke up.
that's red.
Wait, what happened there? I believe that.
I believe that red actually fouled
Yes,
yellow there.
I don't think he had room there.
He
we'll
definitely
have to
didn't.
see.
Let's see what the judges think. But yeah, there we have a red boat spinning.
Yeah,
So the primary objective of yellow is to really hold these 2 boats behind.
you can see how they're controlling the
Yeah.
3 sides of the race course.
And they're actually going high so that they can come down and jibe around and further getting that
Increase the
red
gap.
boat behind. Yeah,
At
so
this point,
this point they just need to hold that. And in that situation,
I think that was a little bit unnecessary.
yeah, we didn't really need that much of a gap. They really wanted to guarantee that space because, as we were saying before, it's much harder to catch a third boat as a red team and then take them all the way back. That's a very difficult task.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary. Again, when you are in a winning combination, your goal is to finish the race as fast as possible. Obviously, at the top of the race, we see that the boats in the pink team have decided to go right. In a case like this, if it was a little bit less of a gap, your goal as a trailing team in a losing combination is to mostly in these conditions that are very shifty, you want to split towards the side, so at least one of your boats is able to get in advantage, get some leverage, catch a shift, and hopefully be able to play back and turn that into a 7/8. But obviously, in this case, we had a very big gap. They had done a really good job, Team Yellow, to get that
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 since Mark 1, and well, it's being extended.
Yeah, it looks like the yellow team has won this race, just finishing now. Let's see if we can get back to the pink and black, and
Starting line,
who's
yes.
just starting now, and see how they're doing. We have LYC Black, which is the yellow team here, going with 1 win, and with the advantage going into this next race.
Yeah, we have some people over early.
Yeah,
It
for
looks
sure.
like a very pin star. It's really hard to start on starboard. A lot of people are just stacking off the starting line. Let's see. Yeah.
It looks like
There is still people over.
Yeah.
When it comes to these kind of races, you really want to start at least even. That's something that your kids need to nail down. Because as soon as you start with a disadvantaged position, you see.
yeah, we have a
someone-
pink boat coming all the way down, which that isn't great for the team.
It's unnecessary.
The
so
flag has
early.
actually come down, but still, that's not good for the team.
They're already starting with a dead last, and in this case, it really puts an anchor on the team to achieve a solid, stable winning combination. You know.
Yeah, black looks like they have complete control over the
Yes.
situation here. They're 1, 2, 3, if not 1, 2, 3, 4, coming into this top mark. It'll be interesting to see how pink reacts to this and if they're going to be able to actually come back and
Let's remember,
make a difference.
We have black Carolina Yacht Club, and in pink we have AYC, Annapolis Yacht Club.
Yeah, so AYC has actually won the first race, so it's slightly surprising that that they're trailing by this much, but I mean anything can happen in these elimination rounds with very competitive teams.
The key here is at least for one of the pink teammates to get a grip of one of their black opposite team, and start from there, and little by little get one and then get the second team. Playing the sides is really important, so you can gain a little bit of leverage, and always having starboard advantage can help. As we can see here, 3 of the pink teammates are on almost the starboard lay line. None of them are approaching from port. Oh, big shift there.
Yeah,
Let's see.
we have a big shift in the wind, which is causing a little more
Wow,
condensing.
Pink is being able to
Pink has been able to get 3 boats here, and let's see what they're gonna react on that. This first black boat really needs to take at least 1 boat back and turn that into a more stable combination where they can control the fleet more. Whereas right now black is not in the most controlling position, and pink has actually reacted faster than black,
Yeah,
which
Pink
is
done
something
a
that we were
really
talking
good
about
job.
with Omari, because pink was able to react sooner than black, which makes it so that
Act
black
first
is now
on the play.
black
always.
is now behind.
So here we have black in a kind of unstable situation. As soon as a pink number 7 in this race gets a grip of that boat 5 or 6, wow, it looks like he's going wide. I would have tried to get on the inside, a little bit of grip there. Well, black is also now he needs to put the brakes on those 7 and 8 to achieve. There we go. Let's see if
Yeah.
they can convert this into a 1-2.
It looks like black is working to get that 1-2, but they're very hesitant in their reactions. So it's interesting to see like how being more confident in your actions affects the race a lot. Looks like there's actually a
Jury
judge.
intervention there. Come
Yeah.
on. Sometimes it gets very difficult. You are too involved into the situation. It looks like a red flag, or no, never mind.
Yeah.
I saw something.
No, the judge can be a powerful tool as well as a boat that's trying to get away from another boat.
Wow, this is gonna be a
Yeah, this
busy
is
rounding.
a very condensed rounding. We have two very evenly matched teams who are like just fighting it out for the top positions in this race. Pink could walk away with
Yes.
the win in this race, and they could be going right to the
They
finals.
have turned the omelet around.
And
they have made the
yeah, Black has
is
7-8.
7-8 now. Wow.
That's very powerful for Pink. Very powerful. Because if they finish this race ahead, then that looks like a penalty for Black if there was contact there. Because Pink did everything possible to keep clear as soon as he could, and then he still didn't have the proper time to react. But it may just not have been a foul.
Yeah, sometimes as an umpire, it's very difficult to watch everything that's going on, and like they constantly say, they have to be 100% sure to make a call. If not, it's most likely gonna be green. But still, you cannot depend on the umpires to win the race. You have to win it on the race course.
I totally agree. I think putting the race in the hands of the umpires it's a huge mistake, because if you can do the simple things and make it so that you can be put ahead, that's just going to prove beneficial, because the umpires can do anything.
And you can see here that both teams have really good boat handling. That becomes crucial in conditions like this, very shifty. If you are not able to keep your boat fast, you start losing really fast. So
Yeah.
let's see what's going on over here. It looks like... Am I missing one person?
I feel like it might be Black ahead.
Yeah, we have Black in probably...
Looks like Black has been able to come
either
back
play
a lot
two,
in this
solid
last
play-
leg.
Oh, Black is... They are going for a play 2 right here. If they can keep that second pink boat behind, they have a somewhat of a solid play 2, 3, 4 here. Let's see what happens. As the most advantaged boat in Black, I would definitely try to make sure that I slow down that pink boat sailing on starboard towards the left side. I don't think they all should be sailing towards the left side. They're letting too much leverage on the right side, and here somebody catches a puff. Let's see. Wow, they're doing... That was a little pushy there, but you have to be careful when you leave out a boat. While you're attacking, you have no rights. So let's see what... Wow. All right.
Looks like Pink got out clean to the right ley line here.
Yes, that's very powerful.
They
here.
might be able to catch these Black boats, which could turn the race around for them.
Look at the left Black boat. Wow. Oh.
Actually, a flag for Pink, which is surprising to me, but looks like Black is going to...
Yeah, they have a 1, 2,
Black-
almost 3
Black
here.
may be able to win this race. We have a boat that they might be being held. It's hard to tell, but there's the third Black boat might be held, which would really
We
affect
have I guess a 1.
race.
Oh,
Or no, they're coming
that
back
looks
in.
like a 1, 2, 3.
That's gonna be a 1, 2, 3 or
Solid play 1.
solid play 1. Yep, that's gonna be a winning position.
Even 1, 2, 4.
So
still.
now coming into this last race, 1-1, it's a lot about mindset for these teams to see like how they do in pushing forward. I think one thing that proved very beneficial for Black was just starting ahead and being able to push the race forward, because Pink,
And not giving up. you
even
know.
though that Pink is a very strong team, if you can start ahead, then that's just gonna benefit you all around.
And something that I see very often is you lose your patience. These kids sometimes, like I mentioned before, as you get too involved into the team racing, you cannot separate what's happening right now with the bigger picture. And In a race like this, we have changed from winning to losing what, like 3 times.
Yeah.
So it can show you that if you're strong mentally, you can definitely win more races just because of that. So if you can keep your cool, sail professionally, you know, use the rules on your favor, then you have a winning combo there.
Definitely.
Are they starting another race? No. I think they're
No.
waiting for them to finish again. But just a real recap. This race, we started with a mess on the start. It was 1 or 2 boats over which we couldn't see, and it really puts a Pink in a disadvantage since the beginning of the race. So, but nevertheless, on the first upwing, they were able to play the sides, you know, play the shifts, and get back into the game with a very solid play too. They were at Mark 1. Then you come into the reach. I think they should have, you know, consolidated that 2, 3, 4 to have a little bit more of a stable combination there. But Black in the downwind was, and in the Mark 3 was able to really turn the race around. They have done a really good job, both teams, and it's gonna come down to who is the best here. We have really high quality sailing here.
Yeah. And while we wait for this next race to start, just again, a thanks to Christchurch School and Highfield for sponsoring us today
Yes.
and making this happen. I think we have LYC, Black, and
I think they might be taking a break.
yeah, it looks like they're on the dock. It also looks like the other team is coming back to the dock too. We might be taking an all-around break.
Let's see if we can get some sailors over.
Yeah,
That would be ideal. But anyways, as you see, after spending the whole weekend here, it's very tiring. So something that we don't pay enough attention is kids being hydrated. You could be amazed of how fast a kid can get dehydrated, and if you as a sailor, you need to understand that if you're not at your 100% physically in terms of eating properly, drinking water, then it might affect your racing. You know, you start sweating. Temperatures here tend to be. It's now getting closer to the winter, which is something nice, finally. But if you don't take care of that, that's another reason you could start losing. You know, you lose concentration, and let's be honest, Optimist class lately is becoming very professional.
Yeah.
You have a lot of teams traveling all over the world. You know, a lot of pilots putting a lot of efforts, which we honestly don't think enough. They are the ones who really make this happen. It's not easy to be able to try send your kid all of these places so he can get the best experience ever. And
Definitely.
definitely you can thank him by taking this seriously, staying hydrated, and you know, giving your 100%.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that as a sailor, it's very important to keep your body at its maximum because constantly you're being challenged mentally and physically, and it really affects you to not be hydrated
Get
and
some water.
healthy, and it really changes your game.
So here it looks like we are coming back again to black and pink. This is gonna be the decision race. Let's see what it looks like. They don't have the results yet, but we are in the 3-minute sequence. Something very important that we have not talked about is that we have from 3 minutes to 2 minutes is the time for your team to, you know, gather together, talk about the mistakes made, hopefully before the regatta, before the sequence, but you still have that time to talk about what went wrong, what is happening now coming into this new race, and, you know, assigning spots. Hey, what is going to be my strategy for the next race? Looks like we have one sailor here. What's your name?
Kai Waters.
Kai Waters, let's go. So, what are your thoughts on these past few races?
Well, I mean, it's really tough to see
What team are you?
we're CRYC Spectra.
Spectre, okay.
Yep.
Good.
And I mean, it's really tough to see what's going on, but it looks like AYC is really defending good, but CYC is also coming through really well and playing forward, and they're really pushing their teammates ahead. And I don't think AYC is going to be able to keep up here. It's tough. We're just going to see what happens this last race.
You know, can you give us a tip that has made you guys in such a good position coming into this team race event?
Well, yeah, we've just been pretty fast. We've just been really good off the start, rounding top mark in good position, and if not, we block and keep going and win.
There we go. Thank you, man. High five.
Thank you.
Well, it looks like we're in the last minute now of this start. Yes. We're coming off to that's
We
30
have
seconds.
Pink v black, which I believe is
No se puede. Okay.
which I believe is LYC.
Yeah, we still
First.
have Carolina Yacht Club.
Carolina versus AYC
yes,
here.
this is their third.
This is their
yeah.
third and final race.
Mhm.
The winner of this race will go to the finals. So it'll be interesting to see how they respond.
Looks like the wind drop really.
Yeah, we have a slight drop in wind. It looks like once again some boats are over, and there goes a flag. It looks like red flag for pink, I believe.
Also people over, and let's be honest,
Or
guys,
no, that's a red flag for black.
here you're putting your team at a disadvantage, and it's not necessary. You have to focus on starting at least even.
Yeah,
Remember that.
we have pink 4 coming back, thinking they might be over. It's important to be aware of if you're over or not, because if you are over, then coming back late is not beneficial to you. You can be coming back twice the amount of distance and then have to catch up twice the amount of distance.
You gotta be honest with yourself, and you know, sometimes maybe you're not 100% sure, but remember, if you're not 100% sure and you do come back and make sure that at least you're clear, it's better than realizing late and having to sail double, triple the distance that you would have if you realize. You know, be honest with yourself, work on that start. Obviously work on not being over, but if it happens, it happens. Come back and start sailing fast. Here we still have one pink boat again coming behind. It looks like it's really not helpful having two teammates over and coming back so late. That's a really
It's
bad
the same as the
situation.
last race, and
Yeah.
now black has 2 boats that are super far ahead, and they're clearly leading the race. And I think that this is going to be a race that is really decided from the boats behind. These pink and black boats in the back are going to make the difference here.
Oh,
If
that
one of
looks
these-
like a protest
If
there.
one of these black boats can shoot out, that pink boat getting penalized would
Yeah.
be huge. But I think it looks like it was a green flag.
Oh,
But some of these black boats shooting out would make a huge difference, because that would make it so that pink doesn't have a lot of opportunity.
so here
to
we have
catch
the
up.
first black boat, you know, setting into a position to help the other black teammate who is in a weak position to pass. And again, if you are able to get into a 1, 2, 3 after the first mark, that's really powerful, and you can then you start sailing really fast.
Yeah,
Here
it looks like this black boat is cranking on him, on that pink, and
Oh.
giving him the business, and making it so that the other 2 black boats can come ahead. Looks like black now has a 1, 2, 3, 4, which is a huge position.
Yeah, there we go, luffing up.
That's
you know.
that's a really good confirmation of the position, and I think that one black boat is really making the difference for the team right now.
Yeah. Are they in a 1, 2, 3, 4?
They're in a 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
Yeah. Now on is just sailing fast. I wouldn't even think about it. Maybe the last black boat should just be watching, but if not, just keep sailing fast. This is a very hard combination to come back from. Plus, having a deep 8, wow.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge.
I think very little times we can say the race is over, but let's see how it progresses. But it looks like black is taking the
Yeah, this
the
looks
win
like a
in this
dominant
one.
black. It's really interesting to see how black comes back from a loss on the first race, where
Yep.
AYC took control of them, and both starts they've really pushed forward and made it so that it's the race is in their favor, and
Yep.
they're the ones who are taking control and
Oh, well, it
proving.
looks like we're dragging a mark here. But let's be honest, there's not much you can do at
Yeah,
this stage.
we have a spinning pink boat as well. So, I mean,
I think this
this
race is over.
I think yeah, this unless something unbelievable happens, this is looking like a
You know, maybe as a black
completed
team
race.
leading into a 1, 2, 3, I would have chosen to do a weave. Making sure that you're controlling every part of the race course. Even though you might be winning by far, it is always good to practice, these kind of techniques, because something crazy some other time might happen that you did not control that side, and races change fast, and in the last bit, 20% of the bid, that's where most of the action gets decided if everything is close. And if you have a
You see,
a
this
good
mark
team-
trap here, I think that's really unnecessary.
Yeah.
I think he's getting way too personal, and I think he needs to focus more on his team. Like, his team is leading by a lot, and that maneuver is just gonna cause problems, and it's
Yeah, you see, he was forced. He ended up getting passed.
Yeah.
So even for practice, like it's not good.
it's just not beneficial, especially like as a sailor going into the finals, which looks like they're going into the finals here. You know how to do that maneuver. You've practiced it. Like, it's not a necessary thing to do. It just, especially like it's good to stay on the judge's happy side,
Yeah.
and it's better not to draw attention
That's
to yourself
actually a
right
good
before
call.
right before the finals. Like, showing the judges that you're a very aggressive sailor is not a positive thing for your team or you.
You want to have the judges on your side, and let's be honest, if you get called 2, 3 times in a race, there's always in making a mess, whatever. I believe that you are getting highlighted for something that you don't want to be. They're gonna be looking at you. They know you're aggressive, and they're gonna be very peculiar about how you execute your, one-on-one, like one next to you, starboard port. If you're really pushing it, they are really gonna be hard on you. So you wanna be the guy who they are like, oh, he's starboard port. Oh, it looks like he is the one on the green. Let's go. Keep on going. Let's reflect
Yeah.
the other kid. Don't want to be on the wrong side of the umpires. It's not something you want to be. So come on, kids, let's play smart. Go to the next race, and it was a winning combination.
For sure.
Nothing to gain, I believe, from that trap. But anyways, it looks like Carolina.
It looks like we're gonna take a little break here,
Yeah, and Carolina Yacht Club.
and
Just,
the finals will be Carolina Yacht Club versus CRYC Spectra.
yeah.
So, yeah, looks like we're taking a break here before we go into
Yeah, I think
the
we're gonna
finals.
go the finals, and then we will decide the third and fourth place. That's a very nice view. As you guys can see, somewhere around there we have the Highfield spectator boat, solid boats, and we really cannot thank them enough for the support they provide us. And anyways, that's us right there in the tent. Honestly, this venue, we have a really good position to, get a lot of races done. We are right next to the dog. Hopefully, if everything was perfect, we wouldn't have so many boats around or sandbars. But it becomes a tricky venue where even knowing the landmarks, knowing where the current is stronger, it's been showing that very beneficial for teams to get those wins. Yesterday right now we have a northeast, actually more of an easterly wind right now, and it's yesterday we had a complete different direction. Right now the wind is pointing perpendicular to the channel. Yesterday it was parallel, and we had a lot of current. It really played a big role in getting those starts off the line on an advantageous position. A lot of teams that had not been practiced or talked about it in their briefings really stayed behind, and it really shows how tricky this venue can be. But thankfully we have a good point of view. It's an excellent place to learn how to team race, and we have excellent judges here that really help have a fair racing. So
Yeah. We'll hop back on for the finals, but it looks like right now we're doing a bit of a boat swap and
Testing, testing. Can everybody hear us?
Okay, Alex, you're live on the feed there. We do not have.
It doesn't say live.
Hello, we're back and we're going into the finals here. And so, firstly, we have the battle for the
3 and 4.
third place,
Yeah.
and that will be LYC Black versus AYC Gold. And their AYC we have in the yellow boats and LYC are in the red boats. We're currently in the starting
Last 30
sequence,
seconds.
and it looks like the teams are placing emphasis on the left side of the line.
We have a new commentalist here. Our friend Bernard is gonna be helping us out.
Yeah, what's up, guys? I know the camera right now, we still don't see the starting line, but they just started.
Looks like Team Yellow, AYC was able to get off the line on a very solid on a pin start. Let's see. Oh, what is going on?
Yeah, we have LYC coming from behind, it looks like.
Yeah, we have a bunch of pairings around. There you
There
go.
we go.
Oh, that's a lot easier.
Still two teams coming behind. We keep seeing that today. It's a common denominator. Let's see how it develops.
You can.
Okay, Alex, set up for the feed, please.
We can kind of see how each person has assigned a pair, and there's red on yellow in every aspect of the course except for the back where these boats have split apart, kind of. It looks like red is winning one or two pairs on the right, and then yellow's winning probably two pairs on the left. So we'll see how it ends out at the top mark.
And I did see a black flag from an umpire, but I don't know what happened. So let's see.
The black flag usually means that there will be a hearing after the racing on a certain topic. So we'll see how that plays out.
And usually this hearing means that one team is probably gonna lose the race, since the black flag, means that there was a significant incident that usually involves Rule 69 and Rule 2 sportsmanship. So we'll see.
It looks like we have a possible yellow 1-2 coming into this top mark. There's a red boat hammering down on one of these first yellow boats, holding them up on the lay line.
He's doing a really good job keeping that boat from gaining that inside room. Giving time to his teammates to actually get into hopefully a play two. Let's see how this plays out. That boat's still coming into the mark. Let's see.
Okay, switching to drone.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a red 2-3-4 here. Possible red foul as the yellow boat is just
It's a
holding
yellow boat
them.
is spinning a red boat.
Yeah,
that
it
would
looks like that.
tag-
That
That could be
that could
definitely
be a
a
red
possible
foul.
foul. Yeah.
But regardless, there's a yellow boat that's gotten ahead of one of the red boats. So we have yellow in a 1-4, 5-6 or 6-7 position here, and so I think red should probably be reacting right now on that second yellow boat to make it a 2-3-4 for them.
Yeah, you can see the yellow boat going really high, which it's hard to understand right now. But as the strategies really vary throughout the race, and what we see in the drone, it's a lot easier to assess which one would be the correct decision to take there. But sure, it's a big battle for that third position and position in the podium.
Okay, going to you.
Yeah, it looks like there's pretty big battle. There might be red. Looks like they might have taken the first here.
Harrison, can you remind people what team is red and what team is yellow?
I believe
Lysot was. So we have LYC, this is yellow, and AYC is gonna be in red. So
Yeah, so LYC here is coming into the mark with the 2-4 position. It looks like 2-4-5, and then I think red is probably their goal here is probably to
Wow.
get 1-2 or 1-2-3.
Strong battle in there. Looks
Very
like red
strong.
came out.
really good.
Annapolis came out a lot better.
Yeah, really good mark trap set by Annapolis Yacht Club. I think
Looks like actually Annapolis just tried to do a jive and
You
failed.
can see
and
the
now
boats
there's-
going really
there's a
high right now
yellow in with
too.
them.
they're being very aggressive. You can see here how the people are fighting for that third spot in this Lauderdale Regatta 2023. Approaching looks like into a 1-2. The race is within 10 boat lengths, so this is really good quality racing right now. Everything is decided.
For me,
it
it's
could-
all about this third place.
There was a
Yes.
possible teammate contact there between two Annapolis boats
Possible flag for that red Annapolis boat there.
as well. Yeah.
That looked like it could have been a starboard port. We have what looks like a yellow 2-3 here.
This is a very tight race.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to come down to the finish. The yellow's 7-8 here,
Yes.
which is not helping them much. But they're
Looks like they
based on their boat
still.
speed. It looks like they might be able to come
Yeah,
back
they
into
still
it.
can be in control of two pairs, and you know that possible is gonna give them the possibility of play 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Try to come back at them. It looks like they've been crossing number 2. So right now looks
Yeah, I
like
think
red
as,
is 1. And
as a yellow boat, I'd start to react, I think.
yeah. It looks like yellow came back to 2, 3, and reds. Napolis might be 1, 4, 5. Looks like LYC is trying to play back.
Yes.
Gotta remind everybody that inside the Lauderdale Yacht Club, it's really puffy, a little shifty, and it's hard to recognize sometimes. What kind
Who
of
is
face?
ahead?
Yeah, who's ahead? What kind of face you're getting? You have different angles, back
Yeah,
and forth.
speaking of which, looks like there's a big lefty here.
Yeah. I can see now Annapolis coming back, try to play. There was a penalty. It's like Annapolis is losing a little bit of a grip right there.
This
Looks
this
like-
could be a possible 1-2-3 for Lysol.
Absolutely, Harrison. It looks like they are solid 1 and 2.
That left face really did help.
That
Played
affected
big
the race
time,
a
yeah.
lot.
There's
That's
an
gonna
important
be a
crossing right
Lysol
now
win.
there.
Yeah, that's going to be a Lysol win right there.
It looks like a solid comeback by Lysol. Absolutely.
Nice race.
It's really important to keep it balanced because if you get unbalanced there, it's all or nothing with the shifts. And looks like Lysol benefited from that one.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a tight race. You know, it was good team racing. Lots of mark traps, lots of passbacks.
Yes.
Here we
Here-
see our finals race.
Where we have Core Reef Spectra, right? Which is
Yes.
in pink.
Coral Reef Spectra versus CYC.
It's Carolina
Right.
Yacht Club in the black sails.
Yeah.
Looks like Coral Reef is he's got the 7 and 8 right now. Still very early in the race, but spinning and having to come back into the starting line because you're over is not. It's been really one of the monos this weekend. A lot of races have been decided because of that.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. It's again the conditions have been it's been predominantly light winds, light medium winds, and inside the yacht club here in the basin it's pretty hard. It's shifty, it's puffy. So adding to the team racing, there's a lot of a strategy on where you're gonna sail, whether it's left or right. And the usual coverage of normal team racing conditions. It's pretty hard to defend since there's so much that it can change in matter of seconds.
Yeah. We see they're coming to the top mark here. Just a quick shout out to Christ Church School in Highfield for sponsoring our media today. Thank you. And it looks like the Coral Reef team
Has
has
been able-
taken control of 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it looks tight,
Possibly.
but it looks like, yeah, you're right, 2, 3, 4, even like 5. It looks like Carolina was able to ping one of them on starboard ley line. You can see there's a lot of fights right now, trying to be in a strong combination before more rounding.
Opponent. So, guys, we need to keep practicing that. I'm seeing some really good quality here from some teams. So let's keep it up.
Look at that now. The picture completely changed. You have Carolina and 1. It looks like 3 and 4.
Yeah.
So that's a winning combination. They're just one play away from a stable combination.
Yes.
It could be 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, or 3, 4, 5, 6. They're considered stable combinations. So as we were mentioning, in a matter of seconds.
Look at that. Look at that. That's what we're talking about. That pink sailor has been able to come from behind and just with 2 tacks, he was able to catch up onto that black sailor.
Absolutely.
That was really good maneuvering there. That it's really gonna help him control the race, and hopefully, if some of his teammates can help him put some black boats behind. Let's see how this is a very tight race. Everybody's one-on-one. Let's see how it develops.
I agree. Just taking control of one boat can really affect the outcome of the race, because every person has a responsibility with at least one boat, and every boat you take is helping your team. So I think that's a huge aspect, just doing the little things to benefit the outcome.
Looks like some sailor from Coral Reef really
Coral
got a
Reef
lot
sailor.
of water.
Absolutely. It looks like I have a capsize.
You know, this can change the racing. We need to immediately communicate this to know, hey, I'm losing the 1. We need to start playing back, trying to go to a play 2, and as this boat here is taking the lead. Oh, okay.
So Harrison is a sailor, you obviously sailed this regatta a couple of times in your Opti career. What did you find was more difficult to sail when you were with LYC doing this championship?
Well, I thought that this event is very unique because of the venue in which it sailed at, and I think that with the switching of boats and getting in and out, the mindset is a very important part of the racing. And it's important in team racing in general, I think it's important to just focus on your task at hand and not get caught up in what's happening around you, because you can start throwing random tacks in or doing bad spins which can get water in your boat and cause problems, especially with flailing and complaining, and you can't let your emotions take control of your actions.
Absolutely. Now we see, going back to the race here, we have Carolina with a solid 1-2. They're actually now trying to go for a 1-2-3, which looks like might be possible in that Mark IV. It looks like Coral Reef is losing a little bit of a grip.
We are having some video problems here. Everything seems slow motion. Wait, what?
It might be the batteries.
Yes.
It looks like looks like we have.
They were able to
3 black. Wow! What a shift here on the last beat.
Yeah.
That's a huge lefty. That's gonna make it really hard for LYC to be able to come back. Although they did get the opportunity to catch one of those black boats possibly, it's still going to make it very hard because the leg just gets very shortened through that shift.
not like so. I think it's we're Spectra and Carolina Yacht Club.
Spectra's ping?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. We've been getting a lot of interference. From what it looks like, we have a battle for controlling
it
over
looks
the
like
second
Spectra
place.
is trying to get a hold of that. Oh, and they're spinning.
It's a definitely
So Spectra
battle.
is taking control of that 2-3 there, which is a powerful position if they use it properly to get the boats behind.
Looks like a Spectra went back to at least number 2. and
Yes,
you
2
can
or
see them
3.
still trying to play back. So Carolina's playing back as well. So it's a big battle now. As Pearson said, your maneuvers are super important, and you know in the conditions where it's light winds and flat water, but really shifty, those are really important because you know all of a sudden you need to tag right away because you gotta stay in the lifted tag, and that's super important.
It looks like Coral Reef got the ace right now. They were able to. I think they're trying to pinch that black boat to the right side.
Yeah,
they are able.
Black gets the 1-2 here. It looks like Coral Reef is pushing for that 7-8.
Yeah. Looks like the feed has been a little.
Yeah, we're not getting great feed, but it looks.
They are building a great wall right there, trying to keep that black boat from CYC behind. Let's see if they can. Wow. Looks like they have the 2-3. Oh, this is definitely going to change the outcome of the race.
Yeah, we have a.
That was a very tight finish. I cannot tell. We definitely know that last boat was from CYC, but they came in
it's
at
all about the 7th boat here.
2-3. Oh, hitting the anchor. It's very shallow water right now. That's why the anchor is so far up. We have to see what they say.
Wow. Well, what a first race of the finals. We'll see what the outcome is. Either way, both these teams are gonna have to regroup and get ready for the second race. Two great teams, and it looks like they're really battling it out.
As we have seen before, during this race, we've seen the reign of the race change at least twice, and that really shows that even though you might be in a losing combination, the last thing you can give up is hope. So keep trying, keep sailing. That really shows good sailors and good performance over in these finals races. Here we have a quick view of the venue. Very beautiful to sail here. Unfortunately, it's a little shifty today, which is making things a little bit unpredictable, and it gives it kicks a notch on the difficulty of actually having a solid racing, and it really doesn't give room for mistakes. As soon as you lose cover on one boat and you let them get a little bit of leverage over you, that could really make a big change. So they're coming back here to the starting line. Hopefully they're probably gonna have like 1-2 minutes break. Are they gonna be allowed to talk to the coaches? I don't know.
Yeah, probably quick,
it looks like
they
they're
gotta
coming
keep
back
it
to the
running.
top.
It's the winner is the first team getting 3 wins. So it's been a long day. I could be going for another like 30-40 minutes. So as coaches, being one of the coaches for this regatta, we find it pretty important that we can talk with the sailors here, like if it's like 20-30 seconds, to talk over a few situations that happen, reset mindsets, if especially if they lost, and later, see if we can change it, and rotate it back to a win.
Apparently, I'm bringing the drone back at the moment. Stand by.
Yeah, I think they're gonna take a little break before the next race, but this
Change
is
the battery of the
yeah.
the drone.
This is a great battle, and I think that what's gonna prove important in this is that teams just take control from the beginning. If you have control, that changes the entire outcome of the race. Being ahead is very beneficial. We saw Carolina was ahead the entire race, or from the beginning last time, and even though Coral Reef was able to push it forward at moments, it was still hard for them to hold on to a consistent lead. Well, we're gonna log off for now, but we'll be back to you with the second race of the finals.
100K you just passed by.
Okay, is the transmitter battery in?
It's okay.
It's on? Just let it, just tuck it in there or tie it to itself. Okay, yep, we're up. Okay, fading from black. On camera 3. So that's you right there. You guys, those mics are on.
All right. So
So we just experienced the start of the second finals race. It looks like we have some boats behind.
yes.
Seems
Coral
Black
Reef
has the 8.
Sailor was red flag first calling. It's when the wind dies like it is right now. It's a little lighter than before, and sometimes it's very difficult to define the limits between sculling and you know, trying to make the boat accelerate. But
Yeah, it's pretty hard. Yeah, right now, I mean, we just started. Can't really see what's the combinations right now. Looks like Carolina had a better start, obviously, but still a long race. Coral Reef right now is one race behind, so I mean, I would expect that they're coming back a bit stronger, a bit more aggressive. Want to remind everybody that it is the best of 5 races, so the first team to get to 3 wins is going to claim this championship. As you can see in the video, it's pretty light. Now we got the drone back in. You can see that it's pretty tight again, you know.
very
Looks
scooter,
like,
right?
yeah. It looks like Carolina's got at least 2 pairs in control. Obviously, it looks like Coral Reef, as David said, had a red flag, but there's a Carolina sailor who's really far behind, probably was over the line and cleared himself really late. So that's an automatic 8 already.
That's going to be
right now,
unfortunate.
super tight, yeah.
That's going to be unfortunate for Carolina because in a competitive race like this, having a boat out of the situation is not helpful. Unless you're in the 1, 2, 3, it's really hard to push forward when you're missing a boat because the other boats just have more opportunities to take you back, and that just one sailor being behind can really result in the team suffering from that.
Absolutely, and as you were talking about that, we had a Coral Reef sailor who got a penalty again, but it looks like, as you can see very clearly, Carolina is sticking together, 3 boats in the middle. Coral Reef sent 1 sailor to the left, and he was able to get in the front of there.
Possible
That
foul.
looks
there.
like a
That
foul
looks like
right
a
there.
fall. Yeah.
Yeah, looks like we have a spinning Coral Reef boat. That might be another one right there.
I think he's just
We'll
getting
see.
clear. Let's see.
Okay, are you on Mark 1?
We got CYC rounding in the first 2.
Possible
1, 2.
Coral Reef mark trap.
Positioning drone.
Yeah, it looks like that Coral Reef boat's trapping, or they're actually spinning now.
Yeah, that's a
Looks
lot
like
of,
a lot of Coral Reef
a lot of Coral
fouls,
Reef fouls. Yeah,
which that's not great. I mean,
yeah,
that doesn't help your team at all.
absolutely.
Getting
Spinning
fouls
is
like that.
slow.
100%, yeah, 100%.
We
Looks like
see
Coral Reef
we see
already
a
played
very
3, yeah,
aggressive.
played 3.
We see a very
What a... Oh, yes.
yeah. Coral Reef has gotten a lot of flags here, which is not good at all. They're
Looks like
We have
Carolina is
Being able to catch
yeah.
up.
There might be a
but
Carolina.
No, they got a penalty as well. Lots
There's
of penalties in
yes.
the
yeah,
second
there's a
race.
Carolina as well.
You can see a tension in the sailors here, trying to push the limits, you know. And fortunately, we have 3 umpires. They have an excellent view. I hear another whistle.
That's a Carolina sailor. There's a lot of play right now in just the first reach, and that's something that as a
Oh, there
as
might be a
Coral
foul
Reef coach,
there.
I can explain. Coral Reef team, we really encourage them to go for passbacks work for a lot of different situations where you can convert into a stable combinations right after Mark 1. And since it's light wind conditions and a lot of current actually pushing the boats out towards the ocean, you can see a lot of action. You can see how the boats easily get pushed over
Core reef
the
flag
rump
again.
line.
It looks like because of this light wind, we have a lot of flags for 42. As that leading core reef boat, I'd probably be wanting to play back here, trying to get that 3, 4, 5, 6.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and as the first sailor from Carolina Yacht Club, he's too far ahead. You are disengaged. The first two sailors, they need to get back in the game. Unless you have a very solid combination that you want to sail fast, there is no reason why you are leading by almost a leg, leading your two teammates 4v2, which can play in the advantage of Coral Reef here into get the Carolina Yacht Club into a 7-8. Let's see how this plays out.
Coral Reef really needs to watch coming into this mark, because if they don't defend against that third Carolina boat, that could be a 1, 2, 3,
yeah.
which would be
But
very
it looks like
troublesome.
Carolina, one of them round the mark already, which is
Yes,
a big
yeah,
mistake.
really.
It's a lot more strong.
To
It's
have
a lot stronger of a double. If we have a double
Yeah,
boat
we have a
march up.
Coral Reef boat catching that third Carolina boat now.
Yeah, which Coral Reef already setting up, like you see a triple block there, so they don't want to allow Carolina to convert.
Yeah, it looks like there's no
That was a very
good
very
wall.
well maneuver from Coral
No
Reef.
opportunity.
Triple
Looks-
wall in there.
Looks like no opportunity for
No
Carolina
opportunities,
here. Now a Coral Reef boat, in my opinion, should probably go down and
Yeah,
try
they
to
need
break
to
that
go
trap.
for a high-low and clear the mark trap.
Yep.
Absolutely, that's what they're doing right now.
Yep.
What's making easy for the boats to hold the mark trap is the current, which is actually pushing them away from the mark.
That's overlap broken there.
Absolutely, yeah.
Maybe that
They
boat
have
can
to
get
run.
That
around.
allowed the last two sailors, one Coral Reef and one Carolina, to get back to the race, and that's what Coral Reef accomplished, right? Like
Yeah.
you're compressing the race, and you're getting all your teammates back into racing, and now it looks like Coral Reef, it's almost on the edge of a play 3.
Here is where, as you can see, they're still at Carolina Yacht Club is at disadvantage. They have 3v4.
Absolutely.
Sailor number 1 from Carolina Yacht Club is I don't know if it's in the last leg. They really need to stick together so they could avoid situations like this. That excellent wall built by Coral Reef Yacht Club Mark III was really changed the reins of this race. It's really difficult to tell now.
Was
Yeah,
another
for
penalty,
sure.
we heard another penalty.
I think
Coral Reef got another penalty.
it looks like
Can you see Mark 3?
it looks like Coral Reef going for an aggressive approach. Wow, that could be a huge change, as we may have a Carolina 1, 2, 3, but it looks like a Coral Reef boat got in there.
3, 2, 1.
It's like Carolina still holding 1-2.
Okay, you're not live.
Because we
Are
have
they?
the one is still, it's pretty far ahead.
Yes,
It's a sailor
we
that
cannot
went
even
around the
see.
mark. So they're really close to converting into a play 1. Really, the only thing that for Coral Reef to do here is to try to keep both
That was
4.
a tight.
That has to be a 7. We have to go for a 7,
Yeah.
8 as a Coral
Yeah.
Reef team.
That was tight. David were saying it. Carolina is spinning right now.
You gotta finish your tag
and right
before.
now, Coral Reef was successfully converted to play 3. So right now,
Now it's about
Coral
not
Reef is
covering
winning.
each other, keeping those boats behind and together, and getting through that finish line comfortable.
Absolutely, and as David was saying, right, the top sailor of Carolina in 1 is so far away right now that this is really the power of numbers.
Yeah.
Right, the Coral Reef has 4 sailors and Carolina has 3 sailors, and as you can see, looks like Carolina tried to play
They might be
back
losing
number
the
2 and lost
It
the
looks
position.
like
Yeah.
they've lost the 2. That's
Right now,
that's going to
Coral
be
Reef
huge.
looks like it's got a 2, 3, 4, 5.
Possibly, yes.
Right now, if I was Coral Reef, the sailor moves to the right side of the screen. I would try to protect the right side, and they're definitely sending a sailor to the left. But
Controlling both sides.
yeah, absolutely. That was very well executed in there. I think it's important in team racing to understand that when you're one play away from a stable combination, it's important to try to convert as soon as possible. As you can see in the finishing line, Carolina already finished, and they've been sailing with just 3 sailors in the last lap win.
Yeah, now Carolina actually has a 1.678.
It's like they might have a 5 right there.
But
Coral
still,
Reef 2, 3.
not enough.
If Coral Reef is able to finish
Keep
in
that third.
4, that closes the deal, and that ties the final. See, it's really, as you can see in team racing, little details can really change the outcome of every single race. We saw Carolina leading probably 80% of the race until Coral Reef just play well, play back, as a unit. And you can see, again, the power of numbers, working as a unit and having an extra sailor really
I think
paid
that's
off.
the highlight of this race, at least. If you take off and don't play as a team, it becomes like we were mentioning, it becomes a number problem. 3v2 or 3v4, it's definitely a difference, and we need to stick together. And that was most likely poor communication between Carolina Yacht Club, their teammates. They needed to stay together and not lead by a leg.
Yeah, absolutely. When the sailor wasn't first, he didn't stick around with his teammate in second at Mark 3 to try to block both 3, who was a Coral Reef sailor, to perform a passback for both 4 was a Carolina sailor. That was, you're so close to a stable combination, the easiest combination of all, which is 1, 2, 3, and yet when you don't execute, if you don't take advantage of your chances, the other team is gonna come back at you, and that's exactly what happened there. And you can see how the momentum changes back and forth between teams, right? Like Carolina was all like super, ecstatic about the first race, right? Dominating, and good win. And now Coral Reef, who was losing again, comes back, gets the second race win. It's tied, and now the momentum goes back to Coral Reef, right? It's a very mental game. I don't know, Harrison, when you were a sailor, when you imagine that you are in a Carolina situation, you're a Carolina sailor, you won the first race pretty well, and the second race you're winning, and yet you lose. How does it feel?
Yeah, I think that as a Carolina boat, you need to really be going into this next race with a strategy and a good plan that will counter the other team well. I mean, I see that Coral Reef is a team that has consistently been coming from behind, and as a Carolina boat, you need to make sure that that team stays coming from behind, because if they can get ahead, then that'll really hurt your chances of winning. And just touching back on how you need to stay connected in the race as a leading boat,
Yeah.
that also falls on the team, because it looks like that might be a sailor who's like learning and doesn't have as much experience as some of the other people on the team. So you really need to be able to communicate with them what their role should be so that they can execute that well. I think that it's a team effort to keep everyone together and to keep the race connected.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good point. It's when you have you're a first sailor here in the last lap, you're leaving your team with one less sailor, and you don't have the advantage of the numbers. And I think that was the mistake. If the Carolina sailor realized about the fact that their team in the first third of the last lap win lost the winning combination, he should have sailed back and play back and try to convert into a winning combination for his team.
I totally agree. I think that also, like, even if you are in a winning combination, if you're that far ahead, you have so much time that you can wait until you really have to finish. And there's no time, so your team, whether you finish a half a second in first or 3 minutes in first, it doesn't matter for your team. It's the same outcome. So even if you are in a winning combination, being that far ahead, it's always a good idea to wait, because it's better to be like, oh, I just could have finished, than it is to be, oh shoot, I can't go back now, and I'm not able to help my team in a time that they need help.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure that David and you, Harrison, it is very, very hard right now. The current is pushing them over the line. It's at the peak of the day, and we can see a lot of people having to come back, even like, you know, a lot later than they should, because, you know, they're getting cold, but they don't know. And I think what is important at the pre-start in team racing, the boat who's assigned to start at the signal boat needs to do a better job at communicating down the line to his or her teammates. Hey, Johnny, you're over. Hey, Mary, you're over, right? And because we can see that it's proving, you know, really critical to have 4 sailors starting with not a single boat over, seeing that the current is actually pushing everybody up to the Mark 1.
Also, you gotta understand that with such small starts, it's very easy to the race committee to see who is actually over. You also, with these sails, they makes it very clear. So in a big regatta, you might be safe because somebody's covering you, but here is very tricky. And coming back to racing here, as you saw before, the flags are pointing to the right of the race committee. It really shows how strong the current is pushing them off.
Absolutely.
Which, talking about rolls here, if you're the pin starter, that definitely tells you have to be, this is one of the few percentages that I will be pushing as a pin starter instead of leading. If you're right first, if you're good and you are able to keep that yourself from getting hooked, then you have a good chance. But it is really easy to come hook you from behind and push you over the line. So as a pin starter, you need to start approaching late, because usually you're the first one that goes into the boat. Let's see how it happens here. We have here them actually 1 minute 30. Like I was mentioning, teams are approaching later. It's pretty easy to be over. So if you are early, you are just a prey there to easily get hooked and pushed over the line.
Everybody's on the playground right now. You could see that there was a lot of action. Teams try to keep on the right side of the signal boat, which is called, you know, mainly the playground, at least in the U.S. And that's where we want the sailors to stay. So it's a safe spot where they don't get pinned away towards the pin, you know, and they can start coming down. And it's been really critical today, coming down the line with the current switching throughout the day. Because there have been several races where some teams were not able to start, and now we can see the opposite, right? So they come really late, and they might be over, right? As you can see clearly here, you see how the boats, when they stop and they have their sails flapping, they're drifting up to
we
the
already
starting
have
line.
2 boats over, way over the line.
Almost getting stuck in the anchor line,
Yes.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and then we can see
10
that
sec-
we
20
can see
seconds.
the black boat there is a little early, and they're being attacked.
What I'm surprised, guys, I don't see why people wouldn't try to start more like closer to the pin. Not because of the angle though, just because, you know, there's a lot more space to start at. You can see now a Carolina sailor full
he's taking
speed
advantage of that.
to go there. Right?
Yeah, I think
That looked all clear.
Yeah.
I think they were definitely talked about it. It really, it's such an advantage to start in a even position.
Yeah.
And now it's all about how you manage the fleet, how you keep your speed. So unfortunately, we are just landing here. But they're just coming off of the starting line. It's really difficult to see who has who, what are the pairs, but
No, yeah, the wind is actually going even lighter. It looked like the start, Carolina was a little strong, a bit stronger off of it. I could see 2 or 3 core reef sailors a little late, like actually being late at the starting line. One of the things that happened today is that the current's been pushing them away. So with light winds and the current pushing you away from the line, you need to calculate a lot better your approach of the line. Is it something that you had to deal in the past, Harrison? Those starts, you know, with this current. Do you remember those days when you were sailing? How much of a percentage would you give the current in terms of its importance?
Well, I think this current is very important. I think it's in this small area you need to really keep your focus on the current because there's a lot of little nooks and crannies where it can come out and curve around and really and there's sandbars where that may change the pressure of it.
Yeah.
And I think that it's really important to do to have some background knowledge of
Yes.
where you need to be in terms of the current. And I think a local team might have a little bit of an advantage on the knowledge of the depth in here.
You know, I also think that mostly as the breeze comes down, which right now we might be sailing with 4 or 5 knots of wind, current just becomes increasingly more important. And mostly just these starts where honestly you could start with an advantage even or already losing, and it really plays out even mentally to the teammates. If you start with somebody behind, it's just dragging you as a whole team, and you already have to start playing back. It's not really a good mindset to start a race. So let's see what is going on.
And you can see how difficult it is for the maneuvers as well, right? In team racing, some of the maneuvers you're under a lot of pressure because somebody's covering you, and it's so hard to execute them well. If they are not executed well, you're losing a lot of speed. And you can see how they're all sitting inside. They're trying to make their boat go fast. They're approaching Mark 1. Looks like Carolina for sure has 1-2 again. It's the third race in a row where Carolina runs a Mark 1-2.
Here's where, as you can see, they keep getting pushed above the mark, so it's very easy for them to keep the pin there. Let's see. Oh, Coral Reef's, oh my goodness.
Looks like a Coral Reef protest there.
Yes, there is a lot going on.
There's a red flag flown, maybe for Coral Reef, I'm not sure.
We won't be able to come back to our top view for this race, but let's see what we can get off. It looks like Carolina Yacht Club
Got 2
spinning.
penalties. Yeah, it's the second penalty they get. It looks like actually Coral Reef has a 1-3-4-5.
Yes.
And they're trying to convert into a stable combination. Looks like they have a 1-2-3 right there.
Yeah,
Yes.
I see.
That was, I think, too aggressive too early.
Yeah, Black 4.
Yeah, because Black 4 actually defended really well.
They were the only boat protecting their team, and
actually Black 4 just got a penalty.
Yeah, and they're really suffering from that maneuver.
You think that was a very aggressive maneuver?
Yes, I think too early. If you get closer to the mark, you have more leverage to be able to just close that gap. But if you just come, push the boom over, get on starboard and hit the lure boat, that's not gonna be beneficial. Like we've talked before, you're leaving yourself up to the umpires, and in this case, it play against them.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see
being too aggressive is not work.
It looks like Corby was able to convert to 1-2-3, and when you get a stable combination, which 1-2-3 or 2-3-4 position-wise, you just want to sail as fast as possible and finish that race. And you can see Ping 2, who is, I think it's Charlie, is actually playing back, right? When your team has a winning combination and you can block or stop 2 or 3 sailors, you just go for it. And it looks like Coral now is still able to hold the position. You can see Emilio setting up a Mark 3.
Yeah,
Kai
Emilio
gets
there is
in.
just really making sure that his team gets around.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that
absolutely. That's
everyone's
a great
safe.
move.
And I think that's a great play by him because it just guarantees to win that much more.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And with sailors like these, I think that, I mean, there's still a lot of race, but I think that especially with this flag here, that could be pretty conclusive for the race.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Harrison. There was actually a difference between this race and the last race, right? Where you had Carolina one play away from a stable combination, and they didn't convert between second leg, third leg, and fourth leg. And then you saw Coral Reef that in the first reach, they went for it, right? Carolina sailor, Black 4, had to spin. And from there, just like they went for speed and finish, right? You can see how now they're trying to keep Charlie in 8th, because if one of the Carolina sailors able
They-
to,
Mhm.
you know, keep Charlie in 8, and one is able to break the 1-2-3, there's still a chance, right? But now we saw that
Yeah.
actually Carolina Sailor was in 8.
And Coral Reef Pink 2 here, I think he's not really doing his job because
Yeah,
he needs to keep
absolutely.
that 8th boat.
Absolutely.
I think that
That's a great
he's getting
point.
caught up in these other 2 boats,
Mhm.
which really don't affect him.
Absolutely.
Because they're trying to attack him, and if they have him free, then they have the ability to bring him back. Whereas if he has that 8th boat, even if they catch the 1-2-3,
Yeah.
which is low percentage, they can still
Absolutely. As you can see, what we talked about in the last race, we saw Annie was in first, waiting to see that, you know, for sure that her teammates, second and third, are going to go around. It looks like she is coming back, so we might have a Corey Sailor in trouble. As you can see, the 3-man weave in the last upwind is not as effective as it would in normal conditions. You can see a lot of shifts and lots of
Oh,
pressures. Yeah. It's we don't have the drone, but we can tell you that's super shifty right now. So it was a great move by Annie, you know, to make sure that your team is in a winning combination to finish, right? You don't just finish and then see what happens.
totally.
That's something that, you know,
that's
cost Carolina to
that's-
lose.
Yeah,
in the
that
last
was a
race.
Carolina mistake there, and Annie did a great job of recognizing
Making sure
what
that
position
Emilio
she was
or Kai
in.
would cross. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Realizing what your job in the play is, and if you're not sure, as we saw there, she was able to pass back that bow that was probably in, losing towards that Carolina bow was
Yeah.
probably ahead of the Coral Reef bow, and
Yeah.
she was able to convert that. Now
Yeah.
I don't know what the finish is like, but it looks like
It was,
Coral
I think,
Reef,
1-2-3 Coral Reef,
yes.
yeah, and 1-2-3-6. So Carolina lost this race. As you can see again, you know, the momentum completely switched. It switched from the first win, starting the finals right, to losing the next 2 and being 1 loss away from losing this championship, right? It just is just giving a lot more momentum and you know, positiveness to Coral Reef, and I think Carolina needs to regroup and talk about all these
Yes.
chances, all these opportunities to convert in other races. I think because it looks like it's a team been starting a lot better.
Yeah, as I
than
was
Coral Reef.
saying, Carolina there kind of let Coral Reef be in front, and they're a team that isn't going to be very good at catching up. So
Oh, that's what I thought.
so
Okay, so we just got told that was like the best of 3.
so that concludes the championship.
Yeah.
Coral Reef walks away with the victory, and some great racing from everyone, and so yeah.
Good
Thank
racing.
you. And a huge thanks to Christ Church School, and
And that's it. I feel like
That's it. Thank you.
this was a excellent regatta. We got 2 days of sailing, which honestly sometimes is not possible. And we'll see you guys here probably next year. Any comments from Opti TV Alberto? No? All right. Bye.